Less than 5 minutes to go now before the start of the first World Cup here in Belgrade, Serbia. And if you're joining us on the live stream on worldrowing.com, welcome to the first day of racing here on the Friday. We've got lots of action ready to look forward to. The first race of the day, that PR3 mixed coxed 4 test race, where we're going to see the British go up against their old rivals, the Australians, to see who is going to get the better of each other in this first race of the World Cup season. Of course, we've just had Gavorrate, the para regatta, where it was the Brits that came out on top, but they're going to go head to head again here in the first race of the day. We've got our course commentators as well that will be taking you through all the action at 1,000 metres, Brian Richardson and Angelika Milicevic, and at 1,500 metres, Tim Von Vliet and Vladimir Maxa that will bring you through those sprinting stages. Here in the tower, my name is Camilla Hadland, and I am joined by Željko Čačaja, and he's going to bring you the action in Serbian throughout the course of today.
Još malo je ostalo do početka takmičenja na prvom svetskom kupu u vestlanju na Adi Ciganliji u Beogradu. Čuli ste najavu na engleskom, čuli ste šta nas očekuje, dakle PR mix sa četverac sa kormilarom. Britanci su svetski prvaci, svetski rekorderi, protiv njih australijska posada. Biće, dakle, vrlo zanimljivo, jedva čekamo da krene. Ako pratite live stream na World Rowing sajtu, uživajte u slikama sa beogradske Ade Ciganlije.
We are underway with the first race of the day here at World Cup 1 in Belgrade, Serbia, on Lake Arda, and it's the test race for the PR3 mixed coxed 4. In lane number 1, it's Great Britain, and in lane number 2, Australia.
Krenula je prva trka na Adi na svetskom kupu, prvi par, to jest prva trka, PR3, mix parovi sa kormilarom. Trenutno su na stazi Velika Britanija i veliki rival Australija.
So it's been a speedy start for the Australian quintet. In the cox's seat for Australia, Alex Wenyan here driving this crew to lead the current world and Paralympic champions in Great Britain, holders of the world best time in this category. They'll be looking to put down a marker and row through the Australians here, and with 400 metres gone, it looks like the British have just started to take charge of this first race of the day. There's currently about a length now separating the British. They're up at 35 strokes a minute. Ollie Stanhope in the stroke seat here for Great Britain, a returner from last year's Paralympic gold medal winning crew in Tokyo. He's setting the rhythm through that 500 metres gone, where they now lead Australia comfortably.
Dobro su krenuli Britanci, vode posle prvih 400 metara. Razdaljina je sada već, razlika je već u nekih 13-14 metara. Što se tiče stroke rate-a ili broja zavesleja, 35 imaju Britanci, 33 Australijanci i vrlo je jasno ko je ovde favorit. Naravno, u pitanju su svetski prvaci i svetski rekorderi.
Coming in towards the guts of the second quarter of this race, this new look Great Britain crew, 2 new athletes on board here in place of those from the Tokyo 2020 crew. Ed Fuller in the 3 seat and Fran Allen in the bow seat here, taking places from those athletes that have retired out of the squad, James Fox and Ellen Buttrick, who aren't racing here today. And it looks like the speed hasn't disappeared from this British crew as they're coming in towards the view of our all-star commentators on the course, Brian Richardson and Angelika Milicevic. Can you tell us what's going on up there at the 1,000, Brian?
So welcome to the 1,000-meter mark. Nice strong headwind here, keeping the crews nice and cool as they come off the start and approach the halfway mark. And it is the GB team. They've opened up a Clearwater lead now after that slower start. Coming through 1,000 meters, GB with about a 2 or 3 length lead over the crew from Australia. We can hear the encouragement of the Australian cox, Alexandra Wenyan. Just pushing the crew on, trying to stay in touch with the GB team as they go through 1,000. Clearwater 1 or 2 lengths by GB.
Dobro jutro svima koji slušaju ovaj svetski kup u Beogradu. Imamo divno jutro i prvi kup u ovoj sezoni pred nama. Nakon ovoga takmičari i veslači će se naći i odmeriti svoje snage u Poljskoj, u Poznanju, kao i u Švajcarskoj, u Lucernu. Ono što imamo danas pred nama na samom početku i ovom sjajnom kick startu jeste paraolimpijska kategorija i prva ekipa koja se takmiči jeste u četverac u miksu sa kormilarom i PR3, takozvana grupa koja će moći, pored svog invaliditeta, da koristi svoje ruke, noge i leđa. Imamo 2 tima u borbi i to su Velika Britanija i Australija. Kennedy Erin iz Velike Britanije je štoker, Oliver Stanhope, ali oni su Britanci već dosta odmakli, lepo vreme, 30 stepeni u Beogradu, štrikaju dobro i ostavili su iza sebe Australijance. Dosta veliki razmak i razdaljina, velika razlika, izgleda da se zna ko će biti pobednik.
So well into the second half of the race here, and it is a good lead here from the GB team, Clearwater lead as they come up towards you for the next part of the race. So it is GB, Clearwater lead over Australia.
Mark, my co-commentator and I are just enjoying the view here. The conditions are great here, and we have a slight headwind, but the crew from Great Britain looking very strong and very relaxed at this stage of the race. They have opened up even more distance between themselves and the crew from Australia, who are slipping back. It's almost 2.5 boat lengths of Clearwater lead for GB, who are actually really trying to make their strokes as long and as smooth as possible. The rate of strike isn't really that high as they move into the final 500 meters.
Pozdrav i od mene, ja sam Vladimir Maksa. Dakle, imat ćemo prilike da se danas i naredne 2 dana družimo ovde na Adi sa veslačima na svetskom kupu, kao što imate prilike da vidite, odnosno u ovom trenutku je na vodećoj poziciji postava Velike Britanije u odnosu na Australiju, to je 2,5 čamca prednosti i očekujemo da će se upravo tako i završiti ovaj duel. Pošto imamo samo 2 posade, obe će biti učesnici finalnog duela. Što se vremenskih prilika tiče, već ste imali prilike da čujete da je sve u najboljem redu.
So coming towards the finishing tower, it's two crews with GB leading it. It looks like a great start of their Paralympic campaign. But Camilla, how is it looking from your position at the finish?
Well, it looks good for Great Britain here, Tim, as they continue to power away from their Australian opposition. They actually seem to be winding the rate down somewhat through into the red boys. 27 strokes a minute from Ollie Stanhope in the stroke seats. Cox, Aaron Kennedy just keeping the lid on it for the later stage of competition. These guys will next compete in the final, which will take place on Sunday. They've got a day of training tomorrow to conserve themselves, to go through the motions and practice what is yet to come, but very contained here for Great Britain, who lead Australia by about 4 lengths.
Trka se privodi kraju, broj zavesle Britanaca je pao na 26, pojačali su Australijanci, ali velika je, ogromna je razlika, 46 metara i evo ih prolaze Britanci prvi kroz cilj.
And that is Great Britain across the line in first place of this test race here in the PR3 mixed coxed fours. They'll be followed by Australia, who go over the line at rate 34. And we'll see them next again in the A final of this event. The next race is already underway, and this is the test race of the PR1 men's single sculls. In lane 1, we've got Munoz Malagon of Mexico. In lane 2, Great Britain 2, Russell. In lane 3, Sudan Mohammed. In lane 4, Peto of Hungary. In lane 5, Horry of Australia. And in lane 6, Pritchard of Great Britain. This PR1 category, well, this is one of the 3 sort of ranges of functional movement that we classify rowers under here for these para rowing categories. This is the most restricted range of movement, so athletes predominantly propel the boat using their arms, but each athlete is individually assessed, and these athletes have been categorized with the most limited range of movement in PR1.
Krenula je druga trka, PR1, single scullovi. Za muškarce Meksiko, Velika Britanija, Sudan, Mađarska, Australija, Velika Britanija 1. Ovi veslači koriste samo ruke, tako da će trka biti nešto sporija. Najbrže vreme na svetu je 9:12:99. Drži ga Roman Poljanski.
So in the absence of the Paralympic champion in this category, Roman Polyanski, we've got Eric Horry of Australia from lane 5 currently leading the field, but not by much, just a length to Benjamin Pritchard of Great Britain, who sits in second position in this test race. These two went head to head at the Tokyo Paralympic Games last year, with Horry coming away with a silver medal. So he is the one to beat here in this field. After Great Britain's Pritchard, well, in third position at the moment, it looks to be Great Britain 2's Callum Russell, a newcomer to the Great Britain team. So Great Britain holding down positions 2 and 3 currently through the 500 meters.
Trenutno u vođstvu Eric Horry iz Australije. Ostali momci pokušavaju da uhvate ritam. Tu su Callum Russell i Benjamin Pritchard. Treba da pomenem samo da Meksiko predstavlja Munoz Malagon, da je Sudanac Mohamed Abdelaziz, Žolt Peto nastupa za Mađarsku, a ja sam pomenuo Erika Horija iz Australije.
So we're through 500 meters gone and the positions remaining much the same, but if anything, it looks to be Eric Horry of Australia continuing his form from the last Paralympiad and continuing to lead this race. He's actually increased his lead over Benjamin Pritchard of Great Britain by a further length going through 600 meters gone, and we'll have to see if he looks to settle there or continues to push away. He's at a much lower rate of striking, 33 strokes a minute, approaching the 800 meter mark ahead of Benjamin Pritchard, who's up at rate 38. Very different styles here for these two leaders. It's then Great Britain 2, Callum Russell. Well, he's opting for that lower rate of striking, much like Eric Horry, down at 32 strokes a minute. 800 meters gone, and they're going to be coming into sight of our commentators at the 1,000 meter marker. Brian, is Eric Horry here looking to dominate this test race?
It looks like he's in control here. He's in lane 5, just 2 lanes from us here on the bank, and he can look left and right and be in control of the race. Watching on his right-hand side, Benjamin Pritchard in second place. He's opened up Clearwater lead now, Eric Horry, the silver medalist from Tokyo, and in control of this race coming up to the 1,000 meter mark. It's still Eric Horry ahead of Benjamin Pritchard of GB beside him in lane 6, and the newcomer to GB, Callum Russell, in third place at the moment, just coming up towards the 1,000 meter mark.
Nastavljamo svetski kup u Beogradu. Dobro jutro i dobar dan još jednom svima koji prate ovaj live stream preko worldrowing.com. Ovo je druga trka ovoga jutra, jedna test trka u Paraolimpik kategoriji. Imamo 6 veslača, jedan od njih je nažalost odustao u prvoj traci i stazi, vesla Meksikanac Munoz, u drugoj Russell Callum, u trećoj je bio Sudanac Mohamed, u četvrtoj mađarski Žolt Peto, u petoj lideri u ovoj trci Australijanac Eric Horry i Britanac Benjamin Pritchard. Odlično se drži za sada australijski veslač koji je uzeo zlato prošle godine na paraolimpijskim igrama u Australiji. Eric Horry dobru distancu pravi i ima odličan tempo. Može se reći da će iza njega ipak ostati Benjamin Pritchard i takođe olimpijski takmičar koji ima jako puno iskustva. U ovoj paraolimpijskoj kategoriji, da napomenemo još jednom, da naši veslači koriste samo svoje ruke pored svog invaliditeta i da je ovo jedan enormni napor, jedan fantastičan uspeh za njih, samim tim što su došli na ovako veliki event i događaj da osokole sve one koji bi se ikada uključili u ovaj divan olimpijski sport koji zovemo veslanje. 30 stepeni u Beogradu, 500 takmičara danas gledamo u svim malte ne olimpijskim kategorijama i očekujemo dobre rezultate.
So well on their way down the course now. It is opened up into two races here, Tim, as I hand over to you. You're going to see Eric Horry and Benjamin Pritchard battling it out for first and second, and then towards the tail end of the race we have Munoz and Mohammed from Sudan and Mexico. They're keeping each other company here for fourth and fifth. Over to you at 1500.
Yeah, thank you very much, Richie. It's great to see these athletes coming towards us at the three-quarter mark of this race. Clear and commanding lead there from the silver medalist from the Tokyo Paralympic Games. He looks so smooth, so in control, and as Camilla also mentioned earlier, only at rate 30 it's really smooth. He picks up the water very nicely at the catch and just almost effortlessly accelerates the boat past the pin right there. In the second position it's still Benjamin Pritchard from Great Britain, slightly higher rate of striking at 33 strokes a minute, but he also looks very good and well into second place. On the far side we can see the other competitor from Great Britain, newcomer Callum Russell, who's making his debut here at the first Rowing World Cup of the Paris Olympiad. But just coming right in front of us now, it's the silver medalist from Tokyo, Eric Horry there, looking very calm, looking very relaxed as he goes into the final 500 meters.
Posljednjih 500 metara najprije za Erika Horija iz Australije koji u ovom trenutku ubedljivo vodi i svakako je najbliži osvajanju nove pobjede, tačnije na ovom svetskom kupu u Beogradu. Čovjek koji je bio vice šampion olimpijskih igara u Tokiju i prije toga još 2 puta bio na istom mestu na olimpijskim igrama. Dakle, veoma iskusan, kvalitetan, najstariji takmičar, rod ima 42 godine, ubedljivo vodi. Na drugoj poziciji nalazi se Britanac Benjamin Pritchard, a treći je njegov sunarodnik, i dalje je treći Callum Russell, vrlo blizu cilja i osvajanja nove pobjede za Australijanca.
So it's a clear and commanding lead there for Eric Horry from Australia, and just passing right in front of our commentary position are the two athletes from Mexico and the Sudan, and it's a great tussle there for fourth and fifth in this test race here at the beautiful lake here in Belgrade as they pass to, and you can see a little change of pace there from the athlete from Sudan. He's picking up the pace and trying to make a move as they come towards you guys in the finish tower.
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, quite a spread race here in this test race, and actually we're missing the athlete from Sudan. Test races here at the World Cup are optional. The athletes do not have to race here. This is a completely choice in order to be able to give them a race to practice, to sort of go out there and race ahead of the finals. So we're missing the athlete from Sudan, Mohammed, who has chosen not to take part in this test race, but all other 5 scullers are present. And coming into view of the finish tower now is Eric Horry. His coach Jason Baker will be watching on this dominant performance here, a lead from start to finish for the Australian Paralympic silver medalist, and we'd expect nothing less. He looks commanding and has just taken the rating up here in front of the grandstand just to practice this sprinting finish.
U cilj ulazi Eric Horry iz Australije, koji je rođen 17. oktobra 1979. Kao što ste mogli da čujete moju koleginicu, sudanskog veslača nema na stazi. S obzirom na to da je ovo test trka, on je odlučio da ne izađe jer će voziti finale.
So that is Australia's Eric Horry over the line here in this test race of the PR1 men's single sculls. It's just a few strokes to go here now for Benjamin Pritchard of Great Britain, who holds second place in this test race. He'll want to get the measure of Eric Horry ahead of the final and want to keep ahead of his British teammate Callum Russell, making his Great Britain debut here at World Cup 1. He's going to take a great third place in this test race for a debut ahead of some more experienced athletes, and sitting in fourth place, one of those more experienced athletes in Peto Zsolt of Hungary, who currently sits in fourth place. It's then over in lane number 1, Mexico's Mikel Munoz Malagon, who will sit in fifth in this test race into the final 100 meters.
Trka je pred samim krajem, kao što ste čuli, pobedio je Eric Horry, drugo mesto Benjamin Richards, Callum Russell iz Velike Britanije treći, Munoz, Meksiko četvrti, a peto mesto zauzeo je Peto Žolt.
The next race on the course, the test race of the PR2 women's single sculls, which is already through 500 metres. On the start list for this race, we had in lane 1 Great Britain's Lauren Rolls, and in lane 2 Catherine Ross of Australia. But Catherine Ross has opted not to take part in this test race, and I suspect we'll see her in just 10 minutes time, as in fact she's on the start list for the PR2 mixed double sculls, which is the next race up. So she's actually opted not to take part in the singles test race. I suspect we'll see her in the doubles test race instead, but of course she will have both finals to race later on this weekend, so we'll see how she fares. So that leaves Lauren Rolls battling it out alone here in this test race, but I'm sure she won't mind. Lauren Rolls, the Paralympic champion from the PR2 mixed double sculls, in the absence of her partner Lauren Whiteley, she's chosen to take on the single here at this first World Cup of the season. And so just a chance for her to play out her race plan here as she approaches 800 metres gone. She's up at rate 32, certainly not taking it lightly here this test race, but she'll be going it alone.
PR2 ženski single school, sama na stazi Lauren Rolls iz Velike Britanije, s obzirom na to da je Catherine Ross, koja ima najbrže vreme na svetu, odlučila da nastupi i u mixed double schoolu, tako da ćemo nju svakako vidjeti na stazi nešto kasnije, a u oba finala. Normalno odlučila je da se ne takmiči u ovom prvom test pokušaju, s obzirom na to da svi oni veslaju i finale. Dakle, sama na stazi Lauren Rolls.
So coming into the view of our commentators at the 1,000-metre marker, Brian, this is quite an unusual situation for Lauren Rolls of Great Britain to find herself in.
Little bit of a lonely race, but she's doing the right thing, getting used to the course out here. She'll be looking left and right, checking out the markers on the bank, seeing where those 500, 1,000, 1,500 markers are, so she can get a good idea of the race ahead of her final on Sunday. Really nice long rhythm from the rower here from Lauren. Nice long stroke. She's just coming up to a 1,000-metre mark. She's certainly not taking it easy here. She's racing. She is pushing on through 1,000 metres. Nice, lovely rhythm here. And as I said, she's making the most of this test race to get used to the course, to find her way in preparation for that all-important final on Sunday.
Nice momentum for her, Richie, don't you think so?
Absolutely.
Huh? It's absolutely great, the chance and the opportunity to row alone here and enjoy in this test racing. Ali ok, evo nas sada kod treće trke na ovogodišnjem prvom u nizu svetskom kupu za veslače u Beogradu i Srbiji i gledamo u trci samu Britanku Lauren Rolls, koja je paraolimpijska, svetska i evropska šampionka iz mix dubla, a sada je gledamo u ovoj kategoriji PR2 single school. uživa u svom tempu, ovo je test vožnja za nju, gledat ćemo je svakako u finalu kao i sve ostale paraolimpijske takmičare, individualce i timove i očekujemo da bude dobro spremna i zagrejana jer ovo je samo njenih nekih 9 minuta. Nadam se da će uživati i u Beogradu nakon ove trke, a očekujemo još jednu četvrtu trku, posle ove četvrta po redu biće takođe PR2 Mix Double Skull i takođe ćemo imati, nadam se, dva predstavnika, dva tima, Australijance i Meksikance. Nažalost, Australijanka Catherine Ross je odustala, vozit će normalno, vestaće sama zapravo u finalu. Ona je svetska šampionka u ovoj klasi i očekujemo takođe da vidimo i dobar rezultat s njene strane, obzirom da je u prethodnoj trci Erik Hori zabeležio lep rezultat i pobedu. Čestitamo!
So coming into view for you now, Tim, you can see that she really is racing this right off the start through 1,000. She's not hanging around. She's using this race to maximize her outputs here towards the 1,500 meter mark.
Yeah, she definitely is. The Paralympic champion here, rowing a very long and efficient stroke, really using every bit of length she can get. And it's great to see her racing all out to the line at rate 30 at the moment. She's really giving it her all, and she's really just getting that experience in, and also knowing full well that the World Championships next year are on this course. It's great for her to get some experience here on the water here in Belgrade, and she's really using every single opportunity, every single stroke to make sure she takes it all in and knows and unfolds her race plan in this test event. And it's so difficult, isn't it, to race your own race? It's like a time trial, and from my time as a rower, although not at a very high level, I always find the time trial one of the most difficult events because you really have to pace yourself very good throughout the race, and you have no competition to get some motivation out of. But she's looking very well. Lauren Rolls here coming past us, and it still looks very good, although she has dropped the rate of striking slightly when she passed the 1,500 meter mark.
Dakle, imali ste prilike da čujete da je Lauren Rolls sama na stazi, da je Australijanka odustala zato što je izabrala drugu trku u kojoj će biti, a što se tiče ove test, naravno da je Britanka sama došla negdje na 1700 metara i polako se približava cilju, što znači da će uskoro završiti trku i da će u nedelju biti u finalu zajedno sa Catherine Ross iz Australije.
So she's moving towards the red boy area, the athlete from Great Britain, looking very good, and she's winding down slightly, still at rate 27 as she comes towards the red boy area with 250 meters to go.
Yes, thanks, Tim. And still looking, as you say, very patient, going into this headwind here in the final 250 metres of this test race. The PR2 women's single scull, not yet a Paralympic event. You won't find this event in the Paralympic categories, but it is a World Championship event. So we'll have to see who will feature perhaps at the World Championships later this year. But PR2, we were talking earlier about the different para-rowing categories, with PR1 having the least amount of range of functional movement. PR2, well, that sits in between PR1 and PR3, so slightly more range of functional movement than PR1 athletes, but less than the PR3 athletes. And so you'll see the athletes here predominantly using their arms and their trunk to propel the boat, but certainly not limited to. And as Lauren Rolls comes into view here for Great Britain, she's certainly using every single centimetre of her stroke to get that boat moving through towards the finish line.
Najbrže vreme na svetu drži Catherine Ross, koja nije izašla na stazu, to smo već pomenuli, 9.24.99, 28 zavesla za Lauren Rolls, koja, to je objašnjeno, koristi ruke i leđa. Evo je u ciljnoj liniji, dakle pobjednica trke s obzirom na to da je na stazi bila sama.
So the final two strokes of this test race, the PR2 women's single sculls, Lauren Rolls going it alone for Great Britain there to cross the line. The next test race already on the course here, coming towards 400 metres gone, and this is the PR2 mixed double category test race. In lane number 1 for Australia, Simon Albury pairing up with Catherine Ross, who we just missed there in that previous test race for the single sculls. We find her now on the course here in this PR2 mixed double sculls test race, and they're going head to head with Mexico, Hector Arriga Chavez and Angeles Gutierrez in the Mexican duo, and they currently trail Australia by about 2.5 to 3 lengths at 400 metres gone.
PR2 mix dublovi, mix dubl skulovi su na stazi. Eto sada možemo da vidimo Catherine Ross koja je u paru sa Simonom Alburyjem. Njihovi protivnici Arriaga i Gutierrez iz Meksika već zaostaju nekih 47 metara. Dobro su krenuli Australijanci. Stroke rate ili broj zavesla 31, Meksikanci imaju 38, ali kažem već je velika razlika i sigurno će Australijanci prvi proći kroz cilj, mada tek smo na nekih 600 metara.
This combination for Australia, winners of the B final from the Tokyo Paralympic Games last season, looking to head into this new Paralympiad rejuvenated and ready to show their form. Catherine Ross pulled Simon Albury out of retirement in order to compete at those Paralympic Games last year, and it seemed to go pretty well. So they've moved now through into this season, and they are currently leading this race with some form. They're down at 30 strokes a minute, 8 strokes lighter per minute than the Mexican combination. So really taking their time and getting the most out of the boat per stroke. And as they row through 800 metres gone, the best people to tell us how they're looking are Brian and Angelica.
So nice commanding lead here from the Australian double through the coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. They are looking rock steady, centre of the course. Nice rhythm on the boat, and as we said, a slightly lower rate than the crew from Mexico. They're in control, Clearwater lead here over the Mexicans in second place. This is our 4th test race of the morning. We have another test race later on in the women's 4, where the crews get to compete ahead of the A final in the women's 4 event. So it's great to see the crews out here enjoying the sunshine, and nice strong headwind into the crews for them to row into, keeping Angelica and I nice and cool here at the 1,000 metre mark. And just watching the crews, it is that Australian double. They're in control of this race ahead of the crew from Mexico.
Hvala ti, Brane. Uživamo zaista ovde na 1000 metara na Beogradskom jezeru Ada Ciganlija. 4. trka za paraolimpijske takmičare. U disciplini PR2 imamo mix double scull. Momci i devojke u paru, 2 tima, Australijanci Simon Albury i Catherine Ross vode za nekoliko dužina ispred meksikanskog dubla. I to su Hector Arriaga Chavez i Angeles Gutierrez. Ovde situacija izgleda mirna, doduše naši veslači imaju jedan čeoni vetar koji ih možda dodatno usporava, ali da kažemo da u ovoj poslednjoj paraolimpijskoj probnoj test trci nemamo mnogo iznenađenja. Nekako se i očekivalo od Australijanaca da će ovde izdominirati, zato što je Catherine Ross svetska šampionka u ovoj klasi na stazi. Propustila je prethodnu single scull trku i očekujemo da je vidimo normalno u finalu. Jedan veliki aplauz i podrška za naše paraolimpijske veslače. Bravo, bravo.
So it's 7:50 to go. It is that double, Albury and Ross from Australia. They have a Clearwater lead over the Mexicans. Just coming up towards you, Tim.
Yes, it's the two 40-year-olds from Australia looking very good and looking in control. They have a lead of, you almost can't believe it, they have more than 100 meters lead over the crew from Mexico with stroke woman Angeles Gutierrez there. She also raced she raced the PR3 mixed coxed 4 in 2018 at the World Championship, got a 9th place there, and she's switched to the PR2 mixed doubles, and she's with her partner Hector Arriaga Chavez there in the bow seats. They're really struggling in these headwind conditions. The wind has picked up slightly, so I don't think times will be very quick as they come towards the 1500 meter mark. But it's a great race from the Australians, well out in front, and they seem to me, as they're going past the marker here with a couple of strokes to go before they enter the final 500 meters, they look really smooth and really in control. Oh, slight crab there from Caitlin Ross in the stroke seat. She lost her oar for half a second, but she's back in the rhythm now and motoring towards the finish area with the crew from Mexico still coming towards us at this timing mark.
Dakle, na 500 metara do završetka ove trke Australijanci Albor i Ross bez problema imaju veliku prednost koja je u ovom trenutku veća od 100 metara, tako da će svakako završiti na vodećoj poziciji. Imali ste već prilike da čujete da je Katrin Ross odlučila da prethodnu trku preskoči i da bude deo samo ovoga takmičenja, tako da ćemo je gledati svakako u finalu u nedelju u obe ove discipline.
The Australians now dropping their rate. They were up at 30 strokes a minute, but have just eased off slightly at 29 strokes a minute, and that's a great contrast with the crew from Mexico who are motoring past us at 36 strokes a minute. So a very different style. The Australians more a power-based stroke and putting in the watts to make that boat move as smoothly and as efficiently as they can as they come towards you at the finish.
Yes, thanks, Tim. The Australians moving rapidly towards us here in the finish tower, and a great recovery from that little crab, as you mentioned, from Catherine Ross in the stroke seat. Always a bit of a disruptor when your stroke person has a bit of a rhythm upset. The person's that is there setting the pace, very important for them to recover well, which is exactly what the Australians have done. Ross and Albury are taking their time now, 29 strokes a minute, as you say, and certainly not showing any signs of winding the rating up. They've got a big old comfort blanket ahead of Mexico, who still struggle somewhat into this wind that is picking up and accelerating and going against them across the course here at Lake Arda.
Kao što su naše kolege sa lica mesta, dakle sa vode, rekle, vetar se pojača, uskoro ćemo saznati koliko jako duva vetar na Adi, a evo australijskog para, mix dubla, ulaze u cilj Simon Albury i Catherine Ross, veliki, ogroman zaostatak Hectora Chaveza Arriage i Angeles Gutierrez.
So great boost of confidence there for Australia, who take the win in that test race of the PR2 mixed double sculls. Mexico just on the horizon now, coming past the grandstands here in Belgrade, and a much shorter style, much higher rating. They've not got far to go here and to raise the rating. They're already at 37 strokes a minute, and where we'd usually see crews starting to sprint, they've not really got the space to do that, but they continue this punishing rhythm into the final 20 strokes or so. Angeles Gutierrez in the stroke seat, really pressing hard to bring them over the line here at this first World Cup of the season. in the first 250 metres now, our first heat of the day. This is the lightweight women's single sculls. In this heat, well, we're going to see the first two progress directly through to the A final, with the remaining crews progressing through to the repechage. In lane number 1, Egypt 2, Huda Fahmy Mansour. In lane 2 for Chile, Isadora Naimea. In lane 3, Egypt 1, Salma Abdelrahman. In lane 4 for the Netherlands, Martina Veldhuis. And in lane 5 for Croatia, Dora Dragicevic.
Krenula je trka za lake veslačice, single skullovi. Egipat 2, Čile, Egipat 1, Holandija i Hrvatska. Čuli ste Mansur, Niemeyer, Abdelrahman, Veldhuis i Dora Dragicevic iz Hrvatske. Negde su na 500 metara, koliko možemo da vidimo iz naše komentatorske pozicije. U vođstvu je Čileanka Isidora Niemeyer.
Well, it's been a stunning start for the 20-year-old from Chile, Naimea. She has made a cracking start ahead of Martina Veldhuis of the Netherlands. Veldhuis, who I would have expected to be leading this heat, the 2020 European champion in the lightweight single scull, certainly on paper has been on great form over the last few years. But this newcomer, Isadora Naimea of Chile, fresh from the under-23s last year. She raced in the under-23 women's 4 at heavyweight, now transitioning into a lightweight single scull. This is a really big performance from her in this first heat against tough competition in Veldhuis of the Netherlands. But plenty of the race still to come, and certainly in singles we know anything can change. So Brian, how's it looking from your vantage point?
A couple of lengths separating first to fifth here in our first heat of the lightweight women's singles, and quick off the start it is the Chilean sculler Isadora Naimea. She has opened up a good lead here now over Martine Veldhuis of the Netherlands. They're the 1 and 2, but staying in touch also the crews from Croatia and the 2 Egyptian scullers, not losing sight of the lead here. But Naimea from Chile, she is getting off to a flyer here, rowing very, very nicely, nice long stroke, rating slightly higher than the rest of the crews here, and she's coming up now on the 1,000 meter mark and looks to be in control of this race. But Veldhuis from the Netherlands, she's staying in touch. Just a push coming on now from her going through 1,000. She wants to get back in touch with the leader Naimea, so through 1,000 it is Isadora.
Da, evo nas sada i kod lakih veslačica, ali da se našalimo, nisu nikako lake. Ovo su samo devojke teške do 59 kg. Ovo je 5. trka današnjeg svetskog kupa u Beogradu u Srbiji i gledamo devojke, njih 5 u prvoj traci vesla Egipćanka Huda Fahmy Mansour, u drugoj liderka u ovoj trci Čileanka Isidora Niemeyer koja ima 20 godina i prednjači za neke 2 dužine ispred Holanđanke Martine Veldhuis iz 4. staze, odnosno u traci devojka koja vesla jeste pobednica i šampionka na 3. svetskom kupu prošle godine i takođe evropskom šampionatu iz 2020. Znači jedna zlatna veslačica, a takođe u 5. traci vesla i devojka Dora Dragicevic. Dakle, dame, single scull kategorija, laka kategorija ovog puta u Beogradu, prva u nizu, imaćemo još jednu i 5 veslačica nakon ove. Očekujemo takođe i od njih dobar rezultat. Vidjet ćemo da li će Isidora Niemeyer uspeti da izdominira ispred Holanđanke Martine Veldhuis, ovenčane šampionke.
So Tim, coming up towards you, it looks like those first 2 qualifying spots are being lined up for Chile and the Netherlands. How's it looking down there halfway down the course?
From where we're sitting with still Isadora Naimea in the lead over Martine Veldhuis, the 2020 European champion and gold medalist at the Serbia World Cup last year. She's trailing, and I think she's trailing by almost a full boat length at this stage. The difference at the 1,000 was a little over 2.5 seconds, but the orange boat from Martine Veldhuis is creeping up on the Chilean white Felipe boat boat there, but it's a very powerful stroke from the young athlete from Chile. She's only 20 years of age and she's rowing a long, powerful stroke into these headwind conditions, and she's moving away from Martina Veldhuis as we speak, as she comes to the 1500 meter mark.
Tačno na 1500 metara od početka trke u ovom trenutku nalazi se Čilenka Isidora Nimer, koja će svakako uz devojku iz Holandije Martinu Veldhuis biti devojka koja će se naći u finalu. Preostale tri, po svemu sudeći na osnovu sadašnjih rezultata, će ići u repasaž. Dakle, finale za prve dve koje u ovom trenutku imaju ozbiljnu prednost po sada već mnogo lošijem vremenu nego što je bilo na početku, mnogo jači vetar koji onemogućava devojkama da budu brže nego što su imale mogućnosti one na početku takmičenja.
Little look from Martina Veldhuis to her left, and she saw at the 1500 meter mark that she was well clear of the third crew, and I think that was the crew, the sculler from Egypt, from Mansour, all the way on the far side of our commentary position in third. And Martina thought to herself, well, there's a lot of racing still left to go in this weekend. I'll ease off slightly and secure this second place, and with that the second place into the A final later this weekend. But a great race from Chile, and those two crews are closest to you, Camilla, so I'll hand over to you.
Thanks very much, Tim. Yeah, the two qualifying spots looking fairly safe here, but a monumental effort required by these lightweight scullers to pierce through the field in this headwind that continues to pick up, especially here at 250 meters to go. Just a ripple on the water for these small boats to push their way through. And no matter what Martina Veldhuis does, she struggles to come back onto terms here with this up-and-comer Isidora Niemeyer of Chile. Niemeyer there just taking a quick look over her right shoulder from lane 2 to keep Martina Veldhuis of the Netherlands in check. And it is going to be over a full boat length coming in towards the line. We're going to have to watch this new up-and-coming sculler, the 20-year-old Chilean, will take first spot through in this lightweight women's single heat, leaving Martina Veldhuis of the Netherlands to hold down second place towards the line, and leading the remaining scullers, it looks to me like Mansour of Egypt.
Dva mesta vode u veliko finale i znamo ko su prva dva mesta, dakle Čileanka Niemeyer i Martina Veldhuis su prošli dalje direktno, ostali će kroz, to jest ostale devojke će kroz repasaž tražiti mesto u finalu.
Well, the next heat already on the course, the same progression system, 1 and 2 through to the A final, the remaining through to repechage. Netherlands 3 in 1, Spain in 2, Algeria in 3, Hungary in 4, and the USA in 5.
Krenula je druga trka, već su na nekih 1200 metara, tako da ćemo odmah da prepustimo našim kolegama na licu mesta.
Well, they're coming thick and fast now. Brian, what is the update with this second heat of the lightweight women's single sculls?
They're well through the 1,000 meter mark here, and it is Mary Jones from the USA. She's the only competitor from the USA at this World Cup regatta, and she has opened up a clear water lead now over the scullers from Netherlands, Spain and Algeria. So 2 to qualify into the final, and it is Mary Jones in control here, and it's a battle between the Netherlands, Spain and Algeria for that second spot in the A final.
Evo upravo kao što je Brian rekao, imamo i drugu trku za devojke u lake veslačice u ovoj kategoriji single scull. Vodi Mary Jones iz Sjedinjenih Američkih Država, kao što smo i očekivali, svetska šampionka iz 2018. godine, i vodi se borba između ostalih devojaka. Da spomenem, u ovoj trci gledamo i pratimo Nataliju Gomez Miguel, koja je pobednica, odnosno dobila je srebrnu medalju prošle godine u coastal mix double scull disciplini i to je jedan izuzetan rezultat. Došla je sa njim ovde i očekujemo da će zabeležiti neki dobar rezultat i prolaz. U ovoj kategoriji, u ovoj trci koja je 6. po redu na ovogodišnjem svetskom kupu za veslačice, imamo prva 2 mesta obezbeđen prolaz u finale direktno, gde će se naći sa pobednicama iz prethodne trke, Čileankom Isidorom Niemeyer i Holanđankom Martinom Veldhuis.
So Tim, they must be almost down on top of you there. How's that battle for the second qualifying spot looking?
So Richie, I think it's great to see the bows of the single scull from Mary Jones. She's well clear of the field, but that all-important second position as they come through the 1500 meter mark, I think it's almost securely in the hand of Miguel Gomez from Spain. She's looking really good as well, and there are 2 contenders there. We have Tosca Kettler from the Netherlands and Bengaldi from Algeria trying to steal that spot straight to the A final of the Spanish sculler there, but they have a huge task ahead of them because it's very difficult in these headwind conditions to make a great turn of pace and row past the competition. All of these scullers are slightly struggling in this weather. I think Mary Jones from the USA looking very experienced and looking very calm in these conditions. Looks very powerful as well. So she has her spot secured in the A final on Saturday, but it's going to be a great battle between Algeria and Spain, I think, in the closing stages.
Kratko samo, dakle, pošto se devojke približavaju cilju, Mary Jones iz Sjedinjenih Američkih Država vodi i gotovo sigurno će se naći u finalu. Vidjet ćemo za drugu poziciju. Bore se Natalija Gomez Miguel i devojka iz Alžira i one će se pridružiti u finalu devojkama koje su bile prve, druge u prethodnoj trci.
So Camilla, they're almost at the finish. How's it looking from your vantage point?
Yeah, much tighter here in this second heat of the lightweight women's single sculls, but making her way out of that tight battle for second is Mary Jones of the USA. She's led from start to finish. She's got a good clear water lead here and just goes to prove that even as the only athlete here from the US, she doesn't need the full team behind her to gain success. She'll take that top spot through to the A final, leaving the rest of the field to fight it out. And Natalia Miguel Gomez of Spain now sits 1 length ahead of the Netherlands and Algeria, who will just miss out and have to make their way through the repechage.
2 devojke su prošle direktno u finale. Mary Jones je bila najbrža, druga je bila Natalija Miguel Gomez iz Španije, ostale idu u repasaž.
So Hungary completing that second heat of the lightweight women's single sculls. We're already well through 1,200 metres gone here in the first of the lightweight men's single sculls heat. Spain in 1, Uruguay in 2, Poland in 3, Slovenia in 4, Egypt in 5 and Belgium in 6. Brian, what's the update?
Few races, it was clear to see who the leaders were. You're in for a fantastic race here in the second half of our first heat of the lightweight single sculls. Coming through 1,000 metres, the leader was the Uruguayan sculler Sertraro Barriolo, ahead of Poland and Slovenia, but just 1 length separating first, second and third. A little bit further back to the scullers from Spain, Egypt and Belgium, but 3 scullers racing here for the 2 qualifying spots, or sorry, 1 just through to the final. The remaining crews are through to the repechage, so it's a real battle here between Uruguay, Poland and Slovenia.
7. trka pred nama, sada su laki veslači na potezu, momci koji su teški do 72,5 kg, disciplina single scull. U prvoj traci vesla Španac Garcia Daniel Giterez, u drugoj Urugvajac Bruno Cetraro Beriolo, u trećoj Poljak Lukaš Savicki, u četvrtoj evo ga i Rajko Hrvat iz Slovenije, u petoj Egipćanin Muhamed Kota i u šestoj Belgijanac Thibo Vivej. I kako stvari stoje, čini mi se da imamo lidera, a to je upravo naš komšija, tako reći, Rajko Hrvat, momak koji je zabeležio na Evropskom prvenstvu 2015. u Poznanju bronzanu medalju i iste godine na Svetskom prvenstvu uzeo srebro. Ide dobro, za njim prati ga španski veslač već na 1600 metara, sa Urugvajcem se bori. Takođe vidim da je negde brzina Urugvajaca sada nešto bolja i veća, 4,1 metar u sekundi, i očekujemo dobre rezultate. Biće ovde borba gusta, Slovenac vodi, a potom za drugu poziciju bore se španski i urugvajski veslači.
So Tim, I'd say cobwebs clearly being blown off for these scullers here. How's it looking for the battle for the first qualifying spot?
It's a very tight race indeed. It's I think the sculler from Uruguay against the Belgium Thibaut Vivet, but the scullers are already way past the 1500 meter mark, so I'm going to give it straight to you, Camilla, to call it to the line.
Yeah, already zooming towards us here in the finish tower, and it looks like it's been a great race for Bruno Cetraro Berolio of Uruguay, who is leading this field. Just one qualifying spot here through to the A final, different to those lightweight women that we've just seen. So very important here, lots on the line to get that direct qualification spot through, and I think it is going to be Uruguay if there's no late challenge here from Spain's Gutierrez Garcia.
Na stazi su takozvani lakići, muški singlovi, a koliko mogu da vidim, u cilj prvi ulazi Slovenac Rajko Hrvat.
My apologies, it was indeed Rajko Hrvat of Slovenia that was the top qualifying spot there through to the A final, followed by Spain. It's then very close between Vivet of Belgium and the Uruguayan sculler, then Poland and Egypt completing the field here in this first heat of the lightweight men's single sculls. From one heat to another now, the second heat of the lightweight men's single sculls, already through 900 metres. In lane 1, Hungary. In lane 2, Uruguay 2. In lane 3, Sweden. In lane 4, Turkey. And in lane 5, Algeria.
Single skullovi su već na stazi Mađarska 1, Urugvaj 2, Švedska, Turska I Alžir.
Looks like a tight battle for that top spot. Richie in the middle of the course.
So just through 1,000 meters, there is just 1.5 lengths separating first and fourth. So very little between the crews. It is the crew from Sweden, Uruguay, Turkey. They look like the 1, 2 and 3. Hungary and Algeria are still in touch. Very tight race here going through this section of the course. Plenty of encouragement from coaches on the bank. We can hear them shouting instructions towards their crews. It looks like on the far side the crew from Hungary, Benic Tamas, now putting on a big push to try move into the lead ahead of the crew from Sweden, Ahmet Rapi. They look like the 1 and 2. Very little between them in this fantastic race in the second heat of the men's lightweight singles.
Laki veslači, muška konkurencija, single school, kao što smo mogli da očekujemo, mađarski veslač Tomaš Bence vodi na 1200 metara u ovoj 8. trci, prate ga ostali veslači, tu je Ahmet Rapi iz Švedske i kako stvari stoje, zadlakuje ispred turskog veslača Enesa Jeni Pazarlija, da podsjetim, u drugoj je Urugvajac Felipe Kluver Ferreira, a u petoj vesla Alžirac Budina. Očekujemo na 1400 metara da će Tomaš Bence zadržati svoju lidersku poziciju, ali stiže ga švedski veslač Rapi Ahmet. Veoma neizvesna trka, očekujemo dosta uzbuđenja u samom finišu, da vidimo šta će reći naše druge kolege.
So Tim, I hope they have the lens cap off the photo finish down there, because this looks like a fantastic tight race here in the lightweight men's singles.
Yeah, Richie, this is why I love lightweight racing in all these events. It's such tight racing, and from where I'm sitting, it's going to be a great finish all the way down to the line. Still, the Swedish sculler in the middle of the course, Rappi, he's in the lead, and I think he's just increased his lead. He's taken a length and a half out of the second placed sculler, which is Yeni Pazarli from Turkey. And on the far side we have another crew very close, but I think in this stage of the race it looks to me at this stage that Rappi from Sweden is gonna go straight to the A final, but everything to play for as we come into the last 400 meters.
Nije još puno ostalo do završetka ove trke. Šveđanin Ahmet Rapi ima prednost i najvjerojatnije će on biti taj koji će obezbediti plasman u nastavak takmičenja direktno, dok će ostali u repasaž. Na drugoj poziciji Tamaš Bence iz Mađarske i također turski veslač blizu da bude tu drugi, treći, ali svakako neće moći da ugrozi Šveđanina.
So coming towards the finish tower, it's Rappi from Sweden trying to improve on his best performance at the World Cups. He got a 6th place last year in Serbia and is looking very good for him, wouldn't you say so, Camilla?
Yeah, looking very good indeed here for him in Belgrade, here on the beautiful Lake Arda. The wind seeming to die down a little bit, which these lightweights will be grateful for, and it is Ahmet Rappi of Sweden that continues to be consistent. A lot of the other challengers have thrown punches. We saw the Hungarian Tamás Bence throw a bit of a punch in through the halfway marker, but he's dropped back now, still in second place. And then behind him, well, it's a very tight tussle between Turkey and Algeria.
Sam kraj trke i dalje vodi Ahmet Rapi iz Švedske, koji ima prednost i ući će prvi u ciljnu liniju. Prati ga Mađar Tamaš Bence.
Looking very long and strong here, the Swedish sculler Ahmet Rappi will take that one and only spot through to the A final directly ahead of Hungary. It's then going to be from lane 5, Sid Ali Badina of Algeria, and then Turkey in lane number 4. Completing the field here, it's Uruguay's second sculler that will enter the final 100 meters. The next race already on the course and firing towards our commentators at the 1,000 metre. This is the first heat of the women's coxless pairs. In lane 1, Great Britain. In lane 2, Denmark. In lane 3, the Netherlands 3. In lane 4, the Czech Republic. In lane 5, Croatia. And in lane 6, China won. One spot directly through to the A final here, with the remainder to repechage.
Ženski dvojci bez kormilara su na stazi. Velika Britanija, Danska, Holandija 3, Češka, Hrvatska i Kina 1.
Well, Richie, they'll have just come zooming past you there at halfway.
It's like ahead of the river here. They're coming down fast and furious now. And through the 1,000 metres, it is the GB pair, Emily Ford and Esme Booth. They have about a length and a half lead over the crew from the Czech Republic. And then it is the crews from the Netherlands and that pair from Croatia, the sisters, the twins rowing together. They're currently in 4th place. But Team GB, Booth and Ford, they look like they are in control. There's just one crew to qualify here, and coming through the 1200 mark, it's them leading ahead of the crew from the Czech Republic and the Netherlands.
Na Svetskom kupu u Beogradu, evo nas kod 9. trke po redu. Ovo je dvojac bez kormilara, 6 timova, Britanke, Dankinje, Holanđanke iz Češke republike. Tu su i iz Hrvatske sestre Ivane i Josipa Jurković, od kojih očekujemo dobar rezultat, i devojke iz Kine u 6. traci. Kako stvari stoje, Britanke vode, to su Emily Ford i Esme Booth, i očekujemo na 1300 metara da zadrže ovo vođstvo od nekih 30-20 metara ispred devojaka iz Holandije. Prate ih Drent i Offereins i mislim da je za Britanke ovo sigurna pobjeda. Šta kažu ostali momci iz commentary boxa?
So Tim, GB in control here. How's it looking for 2nd, 3rd and 4th?
from where I'm sitting. GB out in front, looking comfortable, rating quite high, I think, at this stage, or at least compared to some of the other crews at 33 strokes a minute, but looking very powerful and very smooth. Behind them, it's really close. It's the Czech Republic, the Netherlands, and Croatia fighting for the minor places, but with only one crew going straight through to the A final. It's looking good for GB, followed by the Czech Republic, and it's bow ball for bow ball between Croatia and the Netherlands.
Dakle, na 1600 metara Britanke su u ubedljivom vodstvu i najvjerovatnije će biti one jedina postava koja će se plasirati u finale. Preostali idu u repasaž u ovom trenutku, borba za drugu poziciju između Čehinja, Holanđanki i Hrvatica, a Britanke su sasvim sigurno na prvoj poziciji.
So coming down thick and fast towards the finish, Camilla. GB out in front, looking very good. How does it look from where you're sitting?
Yeah, great start here for this new combination from Great Britain. Emily Ford and Esme Booth from Leander Club. Both athletes here have joined forces for this first race of the new Olympiad, and it is looking good for Great Britain with this new combination. And a senior debut here for Esme Booth, stepping up from the under-23 system, joining Emily Ford, who was in the women's 8 for the Olympic Games last year. And behind them, well, it's a frantic battle for the minor places. All of them will still have to contest the repechage if they can't overcome Great Britain here in this final 250 metres. And a somewhat surprising minor place here currently being held by the Jerkovic twins of Croatia. We're expecting big things from them as they start to sprint here for the line.
Britanke Emily Ford i Esme Booth će direktno u finale. Nažalost, pobjednici Svjetskog kupa iz 2021. bliznakinje Jurković će u repasaž.
So sneaking on the far side of the lake from lane number 1, Great Britain's Ford and Booth with a clear water margin ahead of the rest of the field. And it's going to be a really tight finish here for second place between Croatia and the Czech Republic. The buzzers almost going in tandem there. The Netherlands will take 4th place ahead of Denmark, who come through towards the line in 5th. And then completing the field, it will be China 1 with the final 10 strokes. But some tight finishes for the minor places there. A taste of what's to come in the repechage later today. So more women's pairs now on the course. This the second heat of the women's pairs event. The first through to the A final, much like the previous race. In lane 1, China 2. In lane 2, Chile. In lane 3, Australia. In lane 4, Netherlands 1. And in lane 5, Netherlands 2.
Krenula je već druga trka ženskih parova. Kina 2, Čile, Australija, Holandija 1 i Holandija 2.
Well, we've just seen one set of twins in the previous race. We've got another set of twins in this race, and they're currently leading the field for Chile, Richie.
Melita Abraham i Antonija Abraham iz Čilea, još jedan par blizanaca na stazi.
So, Richie, this set of twins from Chile here at the front of the field.
Thanks, Camilla. It is those twins from Chile. They're leading coming through the 1,000-metre mark. They have just a 1-length lead over the first Netherlands crew in lane 4, followed then in 3rd place by the crew from China and staying in touch. It's Netherlands. So very close race here, but the Chilean pair out with a 1-length lead ahead of Netherlands, and the Australian crew back in 5th at the moment. But definitely it's the Chile crew in command of this women's pairs race.
10. trka Svetskog kupa u Beogradu donosi nam ponovo dvojac bez kormilara u ženskoj kategoriji. Druga trka, dve pobednice ići će direktno u finale sa prethodnim pobednicama iz Velike Britanije i Hrvatske. Ovo što sada vidimo jesu devojke u ovom dvojcu iz Čilea, sestre Melita i Antonija Abraham u drugoj traci koje veslaju, a prate ih za sada takmičarke iz Holandije.
So coming up towards you, Tim, it is the crew from Chile still holding on to that lead.
From Chile, they look, yeah, they have a relatively high rate of striking. I think they're motoring down the course at 35 strokes a minute, but it's going very well. They have a comfortable margin over the the first Dutch crew racing from lane number 4 with Oldenburg and Boonstra. But I think that crew is really charging as they come to the 1500 meter mark, and they have some sprint left to go, but they're, I think, a little over a boat length behind with the second Dutch crew, the ladies from Delft, the ladies from De La Gaille. They're in third position now, but way back on the Chilean pair there. They look absolutely furious, hammering down this course. It looks very dynamic, very aggressive at the front end of the stroke, and the Dutch crew, the first Dutch crew there, creeping up on them slightly, but not really making an impact with 500 meters left to go.
Približava se cilju najpre ekipa iz Čilea, tačnije Posada, koja će najvjerojatnije biti direktan učesnik finala. Sve ostale devojke će u repasaž. Finale na programu u nedelju. Za drugu i treću poziciju borit će se Holanđanki, ali Posada Oldenburg Boonstra je u ovom trenutku na drugom mestu.
So coming towards the Red Bull area is it's still Chile out in front, but Camilla, do you reckon that Dutch pair is going to get by and take that one spot into the A final?
Well, they certainly will have all the motivation to, with only one spot through to the A final. You're absolutely right. This performance, very important if you want to save yourself a repechage, and their speed absolutely picking up in the Dutch pair. It's going to be a real fight to the line here for Netherlands 1. Marloes Oldenburg in the bow seat will be giving the calls to Bente Boonstra in the stroke seat to raise the rating. They're up at 37 strokes a minute to match the Chilean pair, but I think they might have left it just too late. Their bow ball just trying to creep overlap here with the Chilean Abraham sisters, but I think Chile has done enough here to clinch that final spot through to the A final.
Prva nešto neizvesnija trka, ali ipak odbile su napad Holanđanki Milita Abraham i Antonija Abraham i idu direktno u finale.
So over the line there for the Abraham twins of Chile ahead of Netherlands 1. It's then going to be Netherlands 2 from lane number 5 over the line in third ahead of China 2 from lane 1. And the final pairing just entering the final few hundred meters now, the Australian pair. We've got to remember both Vinny and Vulemen have raced already this morning in the PR3 mixed coxed fours, so this is the second race of the day for them. Certainly very impressive to see them back out on the water doubling up. We've got a lot of doubling up going on this weekend. We're going to keep you abreast of all the action of the athletes jumping in and out of different boat types, testing those combinations for the new Olympiad and Paralympiad, and this Australian pair, one of those. So coming now through into the final few strokes, Australia here in this second heat of the women's pairs. We did say they're coming thick and fast and already through 1,000 meters. The next men's pair race, this is the first heat of the men's pairs. The first two go through to the AB semi-finals here with the remainder to repechage. Netherlands 2 in 1, Great Britain 2 in 2, Great Britain 3 in 1, Great Britain 1 in 3, Croatia in 4 and Bulgaria in 5.
Muški dublovi su na stazi Holandija 2, Velika Britanija 2, Velika Britanija 1, Hrvatska I Bugarska.
So all the way well past you here, Richie. What's going on the lake?
1,000 meters, it was GB2, the pair of Wynne Griffith and George. They had a clear water lead over the second GB crew, GB1, Aldridge and Bujaski. They were the 1 and 2. The Croatian twins, more twins, in third place. So that looks like the 1 and 2. Maybe a double here for GB, looking for those 2 qualifying spots into the first semi-final.
Na 1400 metara evo nas kod 11. trke, dvojac bez kormilara, momci u ovom dvojcu napreduju tako da očekivali smo od Britanaca jedan zabeleženi uspeh jer ovo su olimpijski takmičari koji su došli sa nagradama i medaljama iz Tokija. Braća Patrik i Anton Lončarić u četvrtoj stazi se bore, međutim lidersku poziciju drže Britanci, prvi i drugi tim.
Tim, it looks like the wind has kind of changed into a crosswind. How are things looking down there halfway down the course?
Definitely a slight crosswind at the moment, but it doesn't seem to hinder any of the crews at this moment, with the second GB crew, the Cambridge pair, leading the race comfortably out in front of the GB1 crew. The Brooks pair, perhaps that's a good way to make the distinction between those two crews, but they both look very comfortable at this stage of the race, with a great battle between the Croatian Lonkaric twins and the Dutch crew on the far side for the third position, but only 1 and 2 through to the AB semi-finals though.
Dva britanska čamca blizu plasmana u nastavak takmičenja. Prva dva idu u polufinale, preostali će u repasaž. A kako stvari stoje za sada, dakle, Britanci na tim vodećim pozicijama?
So great to see the depth of class in the GB squad, with two crews from Great Britain leading this field, Camilla. But a little surprised there that the Cambridge pair are leading the trial winners, won't you say?
Yeah, absolutely, Tim. This pairing of Wyn Griffith and George were out of the trialling process for Great Britain, having taken part in this year's boat race, but they do appear to be leading Matt Aldridge and Josh Bajaski of Great Britain, who won this year's final trials in the British system, so the fastest pair at that event. But they've been led by a few lengths here through the finish by GBR 2. It's going to be a Great Britain 1-2 here. They'll go through to the AB semi-finals, leading the Netherlands over in lane number 1.
Posle Velike Britanije, Velika Britanija 2 i Velika Britanija 1 prošle su u finale.
So Croatia and Bulgaria will complete the repechage places there in this men's pair event. Just the top two going through to the AB semi-finals. The remainder will have to fight it out in the repechage. And a similar structure in the next race on the course. We've already got the second heat of the men's pairs, the first two to AB semi-finals, the remainder to repechage. In lane 1, we've got Slovenia. In lane 2, Uruguay. In lane 3, Lithuania. 2 in lane 4, Serbia. And in lane 5, Chile.
Muški dublovi, konačno je na stazi jedna srpska postava, Martin Mačković i Miloš Vasić. Predvodi ih kao trener legendarni Nikola Stojić i nadamo se da će srpski par ostvariti dobar rezultat u ovoj trci.
Well, a great one here for the home fans, wouldn't you say, Richie, with Serbia in the lead?
Absolutely, just coming up on the 1,000 meter mark, and it is the Serbian pair. They are leading by about 2 lengths now ahead of the crew from Lithuania. Another set of twins in the Lithuanian pair racing here, and very little then back to Uruguay and Slovenia. Just 2 lengths separating second, third and fourth, looking for that qualifying spot. But my colleague Angelica is going to be very excited here to see the Serbian pair lead.
Yes, it's really dramatic. Vrlo je dramatično sada posle 1000 metara u ovoj 12. trci dvojac bez kormilara. Očekujemo pobedu za srpski duo Martina Mačkovića i Miloša Vasića. Velika podrška za ove momke i šampione. Pobednici mogu biti vrlo lako i mogu biti zato što su zdravi, ali prate ih u stopu i ekipa iz Litvanije. To su takođe braća Domantas i Dovidas Stankunas. Nakon 1200 metara imaćemo možda bliskiju sliku, jasniju sliku za to drugo mesto gde se bore i Slovenci, Urugvajci, a nešto kasne Čileanci bitnije. Dakle, za sada liderska pozicija za momke iz Srbije.
So Tim, similar to the previous race, it looks like the real battle is on for that second qualifying spot. How's it looking now as the crews come down to you?
We're looking very smooth and well in front of the rest of the field. The fifth place finishers in the Tokyo Olympic Games coming towards us. They have a comfortable margin, and I would say the under-23 European champions from last year, the Lithuanians, they are looking good for a second position at this stage of the race. At the far side of the lake we have a great little tussle between Slovenia and the pair from Uruguay. The Uruguay striking very high at 42 strokes a minute with over 500 meters to go. That's like sprint finishing rhythms already here, but out in front, long strokes from the crew from Serbia as they row past us at the 1500.
Srpski olimpijci, zvanično peti par sa takmičenja na olimpijskim igrama u Tokiju, Martin Mačković i Miloš Vasić u ovom trenutku je ubedljivo na prvoj poziciji trke i najvjerovatnije, gotovo sigurno tačnije, će izboriti plasman u nastavak takmičenja sa prve pozicije, mada i drugoplasirani ide direktno dalje. U pitanju su svetski šampioni ispod 23 godine iz prethodne sezone, braća iz Litvanije. Borba za treće mesto je između Urugvajaca i Slovenaca, Čileanci su na petom mestu.
So really storming towards the finishing line there at 35 strokes a minute. The crew from Serbia with the highest boat speed of the entire field, and they're already several lengths of clear water ahead of the second place Lithuanians. So they'll be coming towards you, Camilla, with just a couple of strokes to go. I think they're already in the red buoy area, and they will have no threat coming to them from the Lithuanians.
Yeah, a really speedy pair here from Serbia. They would have been gutted to have missed out on the medal at last year's Olympic Games, but certainly starting off the season well with this first race for them of the World Cup. Makovic and Vasic here charging for that first place ahead of the fourth set of twins we've seen across the pairs events here, and a massive entry here in this men's pair. This is the second of 4 heats that we've got 2 places to go through to the AB semi-finals, and Serbia looking good for one of them.
Naši momci će u polufinale od početka do kraja bili su na vodećoj poziciji, 4,3 metra u sekundi veslaju Mačković i Vasić i evo ih u polufinalu.
So a clap there from the home fans to see the pairing from Serbia through to the AB semi-finals. They'll be joined by Lithuania 2, the Stankunas twins, and pushing out the remainder of the field, Slovenia, Uruguay and Chile, the final few boats there to go through to the repechage. Well, we did say a huge entry here in this men's pair event, and this is heat 3 of 4. Same progression here. First 2 to AB semi-finals. In lane 1, Spain. In lane 2, Switzerland 2. In lane 3, Australia. In lane 4, Austria. And in lane 5, Turkey.
Traje borba za prolaz u polufinale muških parova. Na sreću, naši Martin Mačković i Miloš Vasić su obezbedili mesto u polufinalu, a sada su na stazi Španija, Švajcarska 2, Australija, Austrija i Turska.
So, Richie, who's your money on for the top 2 pairs here in this third heat of the men's pair event?
For me, it has to be the Spanish pair. They're in lane 1 on the far side of us here in the bank, and they are racing like it's a 500-meter sprint. Coming up on the 1,000-meter mark, they are leading ahead of the crew from Turkey in lane 5 closest to us. And then centre of the course, it is in lane 2, the Swiss pair. So very little between second and third, but the pair from Spain, Caniello Pazos and Garcia Ordanes, they are going through with about a 2-length lead over the pair nearest to us from Turkey, and then Switzerland in third.
Evo nakon 1000 metara, 13. trka, dvojac bez kormilara u muškoj konkurenciji. Čestitamo još jednom našem tandemu i timu iz Srbije, Martinu Mačkoviću i Milošu Vasiću za prolaz u finale i očekujemo sada da dobijemo 2 nova polufinalista i kako stvari stoje. Španci dominiraju u prvoj traci i vode na 1200 metara ispred tima iz Turske, da kojih prati i iza su neki 20 metara. Turci veslaju u 5. traci. Da kažemo još i to da su i Švajcarci i švajcarski dvojac Šurih i Barloher također dosta brzi i prate Turke, tako da će ovdje za drugu poziciju biti dosta neizvesno.
So just coming up towards you, Tim, of course, this entry is so big because of the Sinkovic brothers moving into the double. You'd imagine lots of pairs here vying for those top spots. How are the Spanish pair looking out there in lane 1?
At 35 strokes a minute on the far side from our commentary position, and they look very good. They were, for me, the favorites in this heat to win it, but it's a closer race than I expected it to be, with the crew from Turkey. Quite a young crew, actually, with a 18-year-old bowman there, looking very good, looking very smooth, and I think they're still in contention, although they are rating quite high, also at 35, 36 strokes a minute, and they have a large gap, a huge deficit to make up and to get past the Spanish crew, who are, I think, in control of this race. At the 1500 meter mark, it's a length and a half of clear water for the very quick Spanish crew on the far side, followed by Turkey. Third place is, I think, in for the Swiss pair, but they're way back. So Spanish crew out in front, followed by Turkey.
Dakle, Španci blizu cilja i na ubedljivoj prvoj poziciji u ovom trenutku, doduše ne kao Mačković i Vasić, ali imaju sigurnu prednost šestoplasirani sa olimpijskih igara iz Tokija, i oni bi uz Turke, koji se u ovom trenutku nalaze na drugom mestu, trebale da se nađu u polufinalu. Preostale postave će ići u repasaž.
So looking at that Spanish crew, the sixth place finishers in the Tokyo Olympic Games, and I think they're looking to improve on their bronze medal, which they got in Zagreb last year at the season opener. But it looks very good, and Turkey looking very good as well. But Camilla, I don't know how it looks from your commentary position, but I think the Swiss have a lot of work to do to get straight into the AB semi-finals.
Yeah, they absolutely do have a lot of work to do, and the Spanish have a habit of picking up medals at this particular event. They've gotten a bronze medal at the last two World Cup ones in 2019 and 2021 respectively, so they'll be looking to maintain or improve on that, and the first step towards that is getting into those AB semi-finals. They hold one of those two slots at the moment quite comfortably. The rating right down at rate 30, much lower than we'd expect to see pairs at this stage. They are going to be followed in second place by the crew from Turkey, who sit in that all-important second qualifying spot currently.
Jaime Canalejo Pazos i Javier Garcia Ordonez su prošli u polufinale, njima su se pridružili Kan Aydin i Aydin Shahin iz Turske. Ostali ne idu u polufinale.
Switzerland looking for the line there to come over in third. They'll progress through to the repechage, along with Austria, who finalise their position there here in Belgrade. And the final pairing coming towards the line is the Australian pair, who just come in front of the stands now to complete their race. The fourth and final heat here of the men's pairs. This is another two to go through to the AB semi-finals. In lane 1, Switzerland 1. In lane 2, Netherlands 1. In lane 3, Great Britain 3. In lane 4, Hungary. And in lane 5, Lithuania 1.
Posljednja trka muških parova, muških dvojaca. Švajcarska 1, Holandija 1, Velika Britanija 3, Mađarska i Litvanija 1.
Well, they're through the 1,000-meter marker, and it looks like another close race for those top two places here, Richie.
Absolutely, going through 1,000 metres, it's broken into two races here. Out in the lead, it is the crew from the Netherlands. Staying in touch with them at just over a length, it is the crew from Great Britain. So they're the 1 and 2, and then just 1 length separating the crew from Switzerland, Hungary and Lithuania for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Very strong rowing, two contrasting styles here between the crews from the Netherlands and Great Britain, but it is that crew, Nicholas van Sprang and Lennart van Leeuwenhoek from the Netherlands, leading here ahead of Great Britain.
Vraški brza trka, već su odmakli daleko i koliko vidimo u ovoj posljednjoj četvrtoj trci veslača dvojac bez kormilara, prednjače svakako momci iz Holandije, ali ih prate i Britanci. Dakle, čestitke Nikolasu i Lenartu na ovom furioznom uspehu. Mislim da će biti pobednici, ali Britanci kako dodaju gas, sve mi se čini da će finiš biti veoma žustar.
So one of the benefits of having a colleague from the Netherlands at the next marker is he can give us the insight onto the crew which are leading. Tim, tell us a little bit about this Netherlands crew.
Richie, the Dutch crew there in lane number 2 with Nicky van Sprang, who also rode this boat class in Tokyo. He won the B final there, but that was with a different stroke man, the stroke man Lennart van Lierop, who is known in the Netherlands for having like this really high rate of striking and the ability to keep that on all the way down the course. A former lightweight, but now a heavyweight because the weigh-in was just a bit too tough on his body. So switching to the open weight category, and it's been a success so far. They lead this fourth heat of the men's pair and do so comfortably with more than a length over the crew from Great Britain.
Na radost mog kolege Toma koji se nalazi pored mene, Holanđani vode i oni će uz Britance ići u nastavak takmičenja direktno. Preostale posade, dakle Švajcarska, Litvanija i Mađarska, posada će morati u nastavak takmičenja kroz repasaž.
So the Dutch crew out in front still at 34 strokes a minute, and I think they're going to use every opportunity to get some racing experience together, being a new combination. And the crew from Great Britain, Camilla, is winding down already, just 28 strokes, and they look to secure the second spot into the AB semi-final.
Yeah, absolutely looking to conserve any energy for the later rounds. With this being one of the biggest events, these athletes will have to go through a heat, a semi-final and a final if all goes to plan. So 3 races minimum. So the British crew have opted to take the rating down to 27 strokes a minute and just hold that second place, which is all they need to do to secure an AB semi-final spot. But this new combination from the Netherlands, you're right, racing all the way through to the line. The experienced pairsman Nicky van Sprang in the bow seat, just looking over his shoulder to find the line, and it's going to be Netherlands 1 with that first spot through to the A final, followed by at a leisurely pace Great Britain with clear water over Lithuania.
Plasman u polufinale izvojale su posade Holandije 1, Van Sprang i Van Lierop. Britanci Glenister i Rossiter idu takođe u polufinale.
Switzerland and Hungary round off the 4th heat of the men's pairs. That is the final heat of the event for this morning. We'll see the repêchages again, though, later on this weekend. Next up, we've got the women's doubles to look forward to. Next up on the course, as we said, the women's doubles first heat. The first 2 will progress directly through to the A final in this race. In lane 1, China. In lane 2, Lithuania. In lane 3, Hungary. In lane 4, Great Britain 1. And in lane 5, Netherlands 1.
Na stazi su ženski dubl skulovi, Kina, Litvanija, Mađarska, Velika Britanija 1 i Holandija 1.
On the approach to halfway, it looked like a great start for Great Britain, who are doubling up at this event, Richie.
It is the GB double, just coming up on 1,000 metres, just opening up a clear water lead over the crew from the Netherlands nearest to us in lane 5. But the Netherlands crew just putting a push on, going through 1,000 to stay in touch. And they're doing their best to open a little bit of a lead ahead of the 3rd place crew, Lithuania. They're the 1, 2 and 3. And then very little between Hungary and China for 4 and 5. The Chinese squad here en masse, high numbers competing in this World Cup regatta. But out there in the lead, it is Lola Anderson and Georgina Megan Brayshaw from Great Britain, leading ahead of the Netherlands. They look like the 1 and 2.
Nekih 14 metara prednjače devojke u disciplini double scull, Britanke Lola Anderson i Georgina Megan Brayshaw, ispred holandskih bronzanih olimpijskih šampionki, devojaka koje su odmah iza njih. Takođe, ostale takmičarke i devojke u double scull disciplini su takođe brze. Da samo pomenem iz ove perspektive, Litvanke se odlično drže i sumanuto brzo veslaju, one su za ostatku nekih 30 metara iza Britanki. Dakle, na 1300 metara je situacija takva, Britanke vode, prate ih Holanđanke i devojke iz Litvanije.
So the top two crews here look like they're battling it out, not sitting comfortably ahead of the others. They're pushing each other on here. Tim, how's it looking for those two first qualifying spots?
Yeah, it's still Great Britain and the Netherlands, one crew still in the lead. But I think the crew from Great Britain making a little move, raising the rate from 32 to 34, 33 strokes a minute, and looking very much in control. They have a little over a boat length. There is some clear water between them and the crew from the Netherlands, the combination of Roos de Jong and Laila Youssifou. They actually raced all the way back in 2015 at under 23s in this combination. Now back here in Belgrade at senior level, and half a boat length of clear water behind the very fast crew from Great Britain.
Britanke vode i one će najvjerojatnije uz posadu Holandije ići u finale ovoga takmičenja, dok će preostale tri posade iz ove trke ići u repasaž. Što se tiče Holanđanki, to su devojke koje od 2015. nisu bile zajedno u čamcu, sada su ponovo, nakon što je Roos de Jong osvojila bronzanu medalju na olimpijskim igrama u Tokiju. Vidjet ćemo kako će to izgledati u nastavku, odnosno u finalu.
So coming to the finishing line in this first heat of the women's double sculls, Brayshaw and Anderson from Great Britain in the lead, and underrating actually the crew from the Netherlands right beside them for first and second position straight into the A final.
Yeah, the Great Britain coaches will be looking on at this new combination of Georgie Brayshaw and Lola Anderson, part of the Project Paris group here for the GB team, and certainly proving to be a good new combination for them, leading out this experienced field ahead of the Netherlands. Roos de Jong from that Olympic double for the Netherlands last year, so much experienced, and currently sat in second place behind Great Britain. But both of these crews just looking to be rowing through the motions at the moment. Nothing too spectacular going on in the final 100 metres. Great Britain and the Netherlands looking to get those spots directly through to the A final.
Direktno u finale ići će Lola Anderson i Georgina Megan Brayshaw. Njima će se pridružiti i holandski dvojac De Jong i Youssoufi.
The two buzzers go there for Great Britain and the Netherlands, the top two women's double sculls from this, the first heat of that event. It's then going to be Lithuania that cross in third, demoting them to the repechage, that additional race, oh so important. China will then cross in fourth ahead of Hungary. Heat 2 of the women's double sculls now, the same progressions, the top two through to the A final, remainder through to repechage. In lane 1, Netherlands 3. In lane 2, Netherlands 2. In lane 3, Great Britain 2. In lane 4, Greece. And in lane 5, Poland.
Druga grupa ženskih double scullova je na stazi Holandija 3, Holandija 2, Velika Britanija 2, Grčka i Poljska.
Well, Great Britain looking to replicate their performance from the previous heat here, Richie.
And that's exactly what they're doing coming through the 1,000-meter mark. It is the Great British crew leading in lane 3, centre of the course, ahead of the crew from the Netherlands in lane 2 on their left-hand side, and the second Netherlands crew staying in touch in third place. So as they go through 1,000, it's GB in first, Netherlands 2 second, Netherlands 3 in third place.
Svetski kup u veslanju u Beogradu, evo nas kod 16. trke i devojke na potezu, disciplina double scull, prednjače u trećoj traci takmičarke i veslačice iz Velike Britanije. Očekivali smo i u ovakvoj trci da vidimo ponovo okršaje između holandskih timova i britanskih. Dakle, Britanke prate holandski timovi broj 2 i broj 3 koji veslaju u prvoj i drugoj stazi.
So it's GB in control here, Tim, as they make their way down to you. But how about those two Netherlands crews? A lot of nations here bringing big squads, doing a bit of seat racing over the weekend.
Yeah, definitely, Richie. It's a very big squad from the Netherlands with, I think, 25 boats entered in this first World Cup. It's going to be very interesting to see, especially the Dutch second boat with Imke Klevering and Veronique Meester. They actually rode the women's 4 in Tokyo, got a silver medal behind Australia at the Olympics. Now they've switched from sweep rowing to sculling, and it's great to see them in contention in this heat behind Great Britain, the crew of Jess Lydon and Lucy Glover. They are in the lead by, I think, a boat length, followed very closely by that second Dutch crew. And in third position, it's the third crew from the Netherlands with Lisa Bruinings from the student club from Leiden, from Njord, and Euros club, also a student club from the Netherlands, represented there in the stroke seat by Minke Holleboom. That crew, coached by Stefan de Vries, is a club crew as such. They are here for gaining some experience at this level of racing. But not much has changed since the 1,000-meter mark. Great Britain still out in front, then followed by the second Dutch crew, and those two crews look very good to take a spot into the A final.
300 metara pre završetka ove trke, ženski double scull u vodstvu je posada iz Britanije, dok je na drugoj poziciji tandem iz Holandije koji je bio drugi na olimpijskim igrama u Tokiju, ali u četvercu, i te devojke će se naći u finalu gotovo sigurno, dok će se za preostala mesta u borbi za medalje naći devojke koje će sada najpre kroz repasaž morati da traže prolazak.
So into the final stages of this second heat of the women's double. Great Britain still in the lead, and Camilla, it will be interesting to compare the times of those two crews, because we had a GB crew winning the first heat in a time of 7 minutes and 15 seconds, and I'm very interested to see how this crew, the second GB crew, compares to that first one.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on the times. And of course, both of these doubles jumping into the quad later on today. So Great Britain leading the way in one of those top 2 places ahead of the Netherlands. A replay of the previous heat.
Velika borba za prva 3 mesta. Britanski par, Britanija 2 vodi, prati Holandija 2 i Holandija 3.
So we're going to keep an eye here on the time for Great Britain's Leyden and Glover, who have just shy of a length coming in to the buzzer. They're going to take the win in this, the second heat of the women's double sculls, ahead of Bruinings and Holleboom of the Netherlands. Sorry, my apologies, Meester and Klevering of the Netherlands, then Bruining and Holleboom of Netherlands 3 will come alongside Greece, with Poland in 5th and final position here in the second heat of the women's double sculls. Next on the course, the first heat of the men's double sculls. Poland in 1, Czech Republic in 2, Greece 2 in 3, China 1 in 4, Egypt in 5, and Lithuania 1 in 6.
Na stazi su muški double scullovi: Poljska, Češka, Grčka 2, Kina 1, Egipat i Litvanija 1.
Well, Richie, it looks like I could throw a blanket over the rest of this field behind Poland.
Absolutely. It's the Polish crew out in lane 1 on the far side from us here. Coming through 1,000 metres, they put a nice little push on to open up a lead, and they're rating very high here. Nice aggressive race from the crew in lane 1. They're leading ahead of the crew from Lithuania in the opposite side of the course here nearest to us in lane 6, and the crew from Egypt are staying in touch there in 3rd place. So at the moment it's Poland 1, Lithuania 2, Egypt 3.
Evo sada smo i kod 17. trke u disciplini double scull za muškarce. Ovde ćemo imati 6 timova i kao što smo i mogli da očekujemo, prošlogodišnji svetski prvaci iz Poljske sigurno će zabeležiti uspeh, jer u ovom dublu vesla Miroslav Zjetarski u prvoj stazi. On sada beleži lidersku poziciju, dok ga prate Litvanci, a koliko vidim iz ove perspektive, tu su blizu i Česi. Dakle, bit će za drugu poziciju jedna žestoka borba kako stvari stoje, a da samo i kažem da su hrvatski momci Sinković i Sinković braća zapravo 2014. godine u Amsterdamu zabeležili najbolje vreme 5 minuta 59,72.
So coming up to you, Tim, it looks like that Polish pair, they're not hanging around, racing at a very high rate. How's it looking down there?
Yeah, you're quite right, Richie. It's Zitarski and Baranski from Poland leading the field. They have 3/4 of a boat length of clear water over the very fast crew from Lithuania closest to us here in lane number 6. 3rd position is, I think, the Czech Republic, but it's very close racing in the center lanes there, with the crew from Greece and the crew from China going stroke for stroke towards the finish line. But just 2 of these crews from the heat go straight to the AB semi-final, and the aforementioned crews of Poland and Lithuania look very good to take either of those spots, with the Polish crew definitely with a comfortable margin over the Lithuanians.
Poljaci i Litvanci na prve 2 pozicije u prvoj od 3 trke muškog double sculla. To je dovoljno za direktan prolazak u polufinale. Preostale 3 posade će se boriti za repasa, što su Česi, Grci, Kinezi i posljednji su u ovom trenutku Egipćani.
So great racing from the outside lanes for those qualifying spots into the AB semi-final, Camilla, but also great racing from the center lanes, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, some really great racing from the centre lanes. That will be the minor places most likely, and sandwich between our 2 leading crews, Poland and Lithuania. This new look Polish double, Zitarski staying in place but being joined by Baranski. This new look combination setting out a great pace here in their first heat.
Veliku prednost stekli su Zjetarski i Baranski, koji će direktno u polufinale. Njima će se pridružiti Litvanije 1, Kelmius i Nemarevičius.
Yeah, Dovydas Nemarevičius of Lithuania leading their crew to 2nd and final spot through to the AB semi-finals, ahead of the Czech Republic and China. It's then going to be Egypt with these multiple buzzers. Just goes to show you how close it is here in this first heat of the men's double sculls. Always a competitive event. Heat 2 now of the men's double sculls, the top 2 through to the AB semi-final. Remainder to repechage in lane 1, Netherlands 2, in lane 2, Italy, in lane 3, Hungary 2, in lane 4, Uzbekistan, in lane 5, Belgium, and in lane 6, Croatia 1.
Muški double scullovi su na stazi, druga trka, Holandija 2, Italija, Mađarska 2, Uzbekistan, Belgija i Hrvatska 1. Tu su braća Sinković koji su postavili najbrže vreme na svetu, 5:59,72 u Amsterdamu 2014.
Well, really nothing at all here to separate our leading 2 crews, Richie.
Absolutely. The crew's just coming up to the 1,000-metre mark here, and all eyes, of course, are going to be on the Sinkovic brothers returning to the double after being so successful in the pairs race. I was listening to the Row Show podcast, Lawrence and Jake giving their rundown of crews while I was travelling over here, and they were saying they find it much more natural in the double compared to the pair. But right now they're in 4th place, so going through the 1,000-metre mark, it is actually the Dutch crew on the far side in lane 1, leading ahead of lane 3, Hungary, and then it's the Belgian crew in 3rd place, ahead of the Croatians in 4th. They're the 1, 2, 3 and 4 going through 1,000 meters, so it is the Netherlands leading this race.
Tako je, Holanđani vode neočekivano možda za nas domaće posmatrače i domaću publiku. Želeli smo da vidimo Martina i Valenta, njegovog rođenog brata Sinkovića iz Hrvatske, koji veslaju u 6. stazi, kao lidere u ovoj trci. Double sculls za muškarce, ovo je druga trka, a 18. po redu na ovogodišnjem svetskom kupu za veslače u Beogradu i Srbiji. Biće napeto i već sada nakon 1200 metara vidimo situacija se menja, Uzbekistan zaostaje, mađarski dubl je takođe dosta napravio veliki progres. Da vidimo šta se dešava dalje i kako se odvija na 1400 metara trka.
So Tim, how's it looking down there? It looks like the Croatian team just changed gear coming through the 1,000-meter mark and have back into contention.
Yeah, you're perfectly right, Richie. It's the Sinkovic brothers just got it into a higher gear, and they've taken the lead at the, I think, 1,400 meters gone from the Dutch crew racing on the opposite side. That new combination of Guillaume Krommehoek and Guus Mollet, a very new combination, and I'm pleasantly surprised that they are in contention. But I think the Sinkovic brothers are going to make a move now, and it's actually Bouwbel for Bouwbel, with the Sinkovic brothers being just ahead of that Dutch crew on the far side of the course. But the Sinkovic brothers now are going to stamp their authority here on the second heat, and I think they want to give a message to everybody: hey, we're back in this event, and you're racing for a silver medal already. So great racing from the Netherlands, and Croatia won, with the crew from Belgium very close behind in third position.
Nakon nešto lošeg starta, braća Sinković su u ovom trenutku u vodstvu i svakako da će oni i Holanđani izboriti plasman u polufinale. Dalje na tabeli nalaze se Belgijanci, zatim Mađari, Italijani i na poslednjoj poziciji su Uzbekistanci.
So the Croatian double there, Camilla, taking the rate all the way up to 40 strokes a minute. So I think they're back in contention.
Well, they need no introduction really here into this final 250 metres. Martin and Valent Sinkovic showing that they can do it with one blade or two. Back here in the double scull now, having rode through the field from fourth to first. It looks like they will be victorious in taking this top spot through to the AB semi-final. It's all shaken out for that second spot. At the moment, it looks to me like it's still the Netherlands clinging on to that, having managed to get themselves a little bit of clear water over the rest of the field.
Neizvesnosti zaista nema, jer dve ekipe idu u polufinale i to su definitivno Hrvatska 1 i Holandija 2.
So it's going to be Martin and Valent Sinkovic for Croatia that just take a quick look across to the Netherlands to make sure that they've done enough to take that win there in this second heat. Then Krommehoek and Mollet of Netherlands 2, with that second and all-important spot through to the AB semi-final. It's then going to be the Belgian duo over the line ahead of Hungary 2. And completing this race is going to be Italy and a hard-fighting Uzbekistan double, who will progress through to the repechage. The third and final heat of the men's double sculls now. Again, 2 to go through to the AB semi-finals. In lane 1, Ukraine. In lane 2, Great Britain. In lane 3, Sweden. In lane 4, Spain. In lane 5, Netherlands 1. And in lane 6, Greece 1.
Posljednja trka muški dubl skulova u kvalifikacijama: Ukrajina, Velika Britanija, Švedska, Španija, Holandija 1 i Grčka 1.
Well, I know that Tim certainly was excited to see this new look Dutch combination, but they are clinging on with their fingernails ahead of Ukraine at the moment.
This is one of those races that we love to watch from the bank, but out on the water, I'm sure they're going through torture because there is half a length separating the first to fourth crews. Out on the far side, the Ukrainian crew are leading ahead of Great Britain, and then it is the crews from Spain and Netherlands, but very little between all four crews going through 1,000 meters. The crew from the Netherlands just putting on a nice push here. They're glancing over to their left-hand side to see where the other crews are, and they want to open up some open water lead here, but staying in touch, one length just separating Ukraine, Great Britain, Spain and the Netherlands.
Nakon ovih 1000 metara stvari se komplikuju. Lideri u disciplini double scull u muškoj konkurenciji za borbu i ulaz u polufinale nekako dobijaju Ukrajinci, ali prate ih i Britanci. Najbolje mesto su zabeležili nakon prvih 1000 metara holandski double, potom Španci. Međutim, vidjet ćemo u završnici ovog takmičenja šta će se desiti u ovoj posljednjoj trećoj trci u muškoj konkurenciji. Očekujemo nakon ovoga da gledamo i četverac za devojke, ali svakako da vidimo šta će uraditi Ukrajinci i da li će uspeti Britanci ovdje da preuzmu vođstvo.
So Tim, very exciting race and prospect on its way down to you. How's that Spanish crew in lane 4 doing? Can they make it into the final along with their compatriots who did it in the men's pair earlier on this morning?
So they're absolutely right into the mix. It's great to see the crew from Spain together with the crews from Great Britain and the Netherlands fighting for first and second place into the AB semi-finals, with the Netherlands moving out to a half a length of a lead over the Spanish crew, who are, I think, a third of a boat length ahead of Great Britain as they pass the 1500 meter marks. So it's great racing. Times are more or less the same as we saw from the previous heat at this stage of the race, with the Olympic champion in the men's quadruple four, Koen Metzemakers, in the bow seat of that Dutch crew. He joins Stefan Broening, the stroke man who got a silver medal at the Olympics in this boat class. So I'm very curious to see what they can produce here on the first World Cup. But great to see Spain still ahead of Great Britain, but it's almost level pegging with 300 meters to go.
300 metara pre završetka ove trke, posljednje u double scullu za muškarce, 2 mesta tražimo još za polufinale. U ovom trenutku na prvoj poziciji je holandska postava, drugi su Španci, treći Britanci. Čini se da će ovo biti najneizvesnija trka, barem u ovoj konkurenciji.
So the Spanish taking up the rate all the way up to 42 strokes a minute as they come towards you in the finish tower.
This is going to be absolutely sensational. 2 spots, 3 crews here going for the AB semi-finals directly. Spain, Netherlands and Great Britain all going head to head.
Kakva borba, Velika Britanija, Španija i Holandija za 2 mesta koje vode u polufinale.
After fighting so hard the whole way down the course, I think Spain are just slipping backwards here, with Great Britain coming up on the far side. And in fact, actually, no, the Netherlands are now the ones slipping. Spain here with a wonderful sprint through the final 250 metres. They're going to take the win here in this heat of the men's double sculls. And Great Britain just edging it over the Olympic champion from the Netherlands, Koen Metzemakers, in the bow seat there for the Dutch. And Stefan Broening, well, again, another Olympic medalist missing out on that direct qualification spot. Just goes to show anything can happen. The rest of these crews, well, they're pretty happy with their current positions. They will process through to the repechage. It's currently Ukraine sitting in 4th position as they come towards the line ahead of Greece, and then rounding out that field, it will be the crew from Sweden. So, folks, we now have a short break, having concluded that 3rd heat of the men's double sculls. We'll kick racing back off again at 10 minutes past 11. So a short break, and we'll be joined again for the test race for the women's 4 in just a few moments' time.
Posle žestokog starta sledi kratka pauza koja će trajati do 11 sati i 10 minuta. Ostanite uz nas.
Lining up on the start line now for the next batch of racing is the test race for the women's fall event. We've got 6 crews lining up here in a test race because only 6 crews entered into this event here in Belgrade. They are in lane 1, Spain, in lane 2, China 2, in lane 3, Denmark, in lane 4, China 1, in lane 5, Poland, and in lane 6, Great Britain.
Pauza je gotova, idemo dalje. Ženski četverci bez kormilara, test trka, dakle svih 6 nastupit će u finalu. Ovo je samo da testiraju formu. Španija, Kina 2, Danska, Kina 1, Poljska i Velika Britanija.
This race will be getting underway in just a moment's time. Still not off the start just yet, but we'll bring you all the updates as soon as we can. This test race for the women's coxless four is now off the start, and a rapid start for the Danish quartet in the middle of the field in lane 1. Astrid Steinsberg in the stroke seat, really forging them out into the lead, but they've dropped back now at the mercy of Great Britain in lane number 6. This new combination from Great Britain, Shorten, Redgrave, Long and McKellar now taking the lead through 400 metres gone.
Najbolje su krenule Dankinje, međutim Britanke su preuzele prvu poziciju, ali meni lično bit će zanimljivo vidjeti kako će se na stazi znači Poljska, s obzirom na to da 4 devojke su rođene u razdoblju od 1999. do 2001. godine. Dakle, pratimo i dalje šta se dešava na stazi.
Well, Great Britain looking to capitalise on that advantage that they've had through the first quarter of the race. They've now managed to eke out to more than a boat length's lead. Well, potentially not actually. China just chasing hard on their heels alongside Denmark. It's going to be a close fight for all of the places here in this race, and a test race, of course. No qualification spots at risk here. All of these boats will have their own way of approaching the race, and as it stands at the moment, Great Britain continuing to push out more of a lead and more clear water. They're just coming up to 750 metres gone, and they're going to be coming into the sight of our all-star commentary team, Brian Richie Richardson and Angelica Milicevic. Richie, can you see who is currently fighting for the top spots in this test race?
I can indeed, and nearest to us in lane 6 it is the crew from Great Britain. They went off pretty hard off the start, and they are now opening up a nice read. They're into a beautiful rhythm here. They're closest to us in lane 6 nearest the bank, and they have just opened up a little bit of a lead of more than 1 length over the crews from Denmark. China staying in touch as well, but out here in lane 6 so far it is McKellar, Long, Redgrave and Shorten, the Great British pair leading coming up to the 1,000 metre mark.
Nastavljamo svetski kup za veslače i veslačice u Beogradu i Srbiji i evo nas u nastavku programa četverac bez kormilara u ženskoj konkurenciji. Ovo je trka koja je samo revijalna, tako reći, jedna test trka. Gledat ćemo ove devojke u finalu u nedelju i ono što je bilo zanimljivo i očekivano je da će Britanke imati lidersku poziciju i nakon prvih 1000 metara ne menja se njihova pozicija, prati ih devojke iz Danske i njihov četverac, a potom slede Kineskinje, jer Kineskinje u ovoj trci imaju svoje 2 tima, a potom na poslednjim pozicijama su sada Poljakinje i Španjolke.
Always interesting in these fours races, you can hear the crew members shouting out commands and some encouragement from the crews as well when pushes are being put on. But out there in the lead, in lane 6, it is GB. From the 500 metre mark, they have gotten into their race rhythm. Nice lower rate compared to the other crews, and they have opened up that clear water lead ahead of the crew from Denmark in second place in lane 3. And it is the Chinese crew centre the course, lane 4. Tim, on the way down to you, GB looking good here.
Yeah, really, that bow of the Great Britain crew is slicing through this headwind. The wind has picked up slightly compared to the previous races just 50 minutes ago, but all these crews are really still in contention. Great Britain looking very good to take the win here in this test race, and a very nice race developing between the crews from Denmark and the 2 crews from China. And the sandwich in between Great Britain and Denmark is that more experienced crew, the Chinese crew racing as China 1. They're in 3rd position, but I think they're just a quarter of a boat length ahead of their fellow countrywoman in the China 2 combination. But Great Britain still out in front. Rebecca Shorten there providing her crew with a lovely rhythm at 35 strokes a minute. It looks really good, and they have actually broken clear water advantage over the Danish crew in 2nd position.
Posada Velike Britanije u ovom trenutku se nalazi na prvoj poziciji ženskog četverca. To je samo test trka, pošto će se svih 6 postada naći u finalnoj trci koja je na programu u nedelju. U ovom trenutku na drugom mestu nalazi se Danska, treća je kineska prva postava. Naravno, to bi se moglo izgledati drugačije za 2 dana kada budemo gledali veliko finale.
So, Camilla, you'll be pleased to see that crew from Great Britain leading this race, but the crew from Denmark also looks very strong, with China 1 trying to claw back some of the deficit to take that 2nd spot. But Great Britain, I think, going here for the win in this test race.
Yeah, great to see again another new Great Britain crew for this new Olympiad here. Rebecca Shorten and Rowan McKellar, the only 2 survivors from last year's crew. They're now joined by Heidi Long and Sam Redgrave in the middle of the boat. And it appears to be that they've set a good enough rhythm in this test race to take the win. They've still got the final few 100 meters to play out, but they've got quite the buffer ahead of the crew from Denmark. Denmark, of course, had a fantastic season in the women's 4 last year, just falling shy of a medal in this event at the Olympics. And it's Frida Nielsen in the 3 seat, the remaining oarswoman from that crew, linchpinning the rest of the newcomers that sit around her. They are going to just edge out China by about a length as Great Britain cross the line in 1st position. They've got about a quarter of a length clear water over Denmark and China.
Kao što je bilo i očekivano, ženski četverac Velike Britanije prošao je prvi kroz cilj, ali kao što smo već napomenuli, svih 6 posada idu u finale. Ovo je bila test trka, a eto, Poljakinje su na posljednjem mestu, ima vremena za njih.
China 2, Spain and Poland will be the final 3 crews to cross the line there in that test race. No progressions from the test race, of course, and we'll see them all again for the A final that will take place on Sunday. Well, thick and fast still here. The men's 4 first heat now going through the 1,000 metres. China 1 in 1, Austria in 2, Poland in 3, Czech Republic in 4 and Netherlands 3 in 5. It's the first 3 to go through to the AB semi-final. Richie, can you tell me who that was when they came past you?
In the bow and 2 seat. They were leading this just about a length's lead ahead of the crews from Austria and the Netherlands. They're the 1, 2 and 3 coming through the 1,000 meters.
Nakon 1200 metara, evo i muškarci, četverac bez kormilara, praši Poljaci, kao što smo i mogli da očekujemo i u ovoj trci. Od 1. do 3. mesta naći će svoje mesto u polufinalu A i B. Ostali timovi naći će svoje mesto i šansu u repesažima. Kao što je i rekao Brian, Poljaci vode poljski četverac, prate ih Holanđani, a potom su tu i austrijski tim na 3. poziciji za sada. Kineska ekipa je na 4. mestu.
So Tim, we have four crews from the Netherlands competing in this event. Big entry here, including some members from the 4 and 8 from Tokyo. How is this Netherlands crew, Netherlands 3, going to fare in this race?
Well, currently they're faring pretty well, I'd say. They're just about taking the lead with 500 meters to go, but this third Dutch crew is actually a club crew, a student club crew, combining student athletes from the universities of Utrecht and Amsterdam and Delft, and they just took the lead. An impressive push to get past the Polish crew, who led from the start right up till until they got past our commentary position. So that Dutch crew looking good and they're really hammering along at 36 strokes a minute.
Prva od tri trke muškog četverca, u ovom trenutku na vodećoj poziciji Poljaci, drugi su Holanđani, tačnije Holanđani su preuzeli vodstvo koliko sam mogao da vidim ovde na 1500 metara. Prve tri postave idu u polufinale, preostali će u repasaž. U svakom slučaju Holanđani koji su sastavljeni od studenta veoma dobro veslaju.
So these slightly bigger boats, the men's 4, the first heat coming towards the finishing tower with, I think, the Dutch still in the lead, but and the Polish crew in second position. But who's going to take that last spot into the AB semi-final?
Well, we'll monitor that closely as they come towards the tower, but all crews still on full gas here as they come through the grandstands, and it is still in the lead currently, Netherlands 3, but they're being hunted down by former world champions in this category, Poland, and over on the far side, Austria, currently holding that third and final place.
Tri tima idu u polufinale, velika borba. Trenutno u vođstvu Holandija 3, ona će preći prva kroz cilj, zatim Poljska I Austrija.
So that order remained the same through the line. It was Netherlands 3 ahead of Poland and Austria, who were half a length separated through the line. It's then the Czech Republic that come through in fourth ahead of China 1, who take fifth in that, the first heat of the men's coxless fours. The second heat of that men's coxless fours event now at 800 meters gone. In lane 1, China 2. In lane 2, Ukraine. In lane 3, Netherlands 1. In lane 4, Netherlands 4. And in lane 5, India 1. The top 3 to go through to the AB semi-final.
Druga grupa muškog četverca. Na stazi su Kina 2, Ukrajina, Holandija 1, Holandija 4. I evo je konačno I Indijaca, Indija 1.
Well, you said earlier, Richie, that China had come here en masse to World Cup 1, and they're currently leading the field here in this second heat.
They're just coming up on the 1,000 meter mark now. They're in lane 1. They'll be tucked in. The slight crosswind coming onto the crews here, so they'll be a little bit protected, but they're into a very nice rhythm here. Slightly lower rate than the rest of the crews. They have about a length and a half lead over the first Dutch crew in lane number 3. It is Netherlands 1, ahead of the crew from the Ukraine. India nearest to us in lane 5. Great to see them here. They have another big entry across the regatta over 3 days. Great to have them here. But going through 1,000 meters, it is the Chinese crew in lane 1 leading ahead of Netherlands, but staying in touch with the other crews from Ukraine and Netherlands and India.
Evo nas već I kod 1200 metara trke četverac bez kormilara u muškoj konkurenciji. Ovo je 22. trka po redu ovogodišnjeg svetskog kupa u Beogradu. Kao što je rekao kolega, Kina 2 vodi za sada I prednjači ispred dva holandska tima, Holandija 1 I Holandija 4. Pored toga što su Britanci prošle godine na svetskom kupu pobedili I zabeležili najbolje vreme 5 minuta 37:86. Očekujemo da vidimo sada da li će neko uspeti da obori ovaj rekord I kako se drže Kinezi za sada I njihov četverac bez kormilara.
So it's China lane 1. They have led out of the 500 meter mark into a very nice rhythm here in the center of the race, coming towards you in lane 1. How about those Dutch crews?
Great to see here. We're looking at all the crews, and the second crew from China looks very good. They really taken out a bit of a lead over the rest of the field in the third 500 meters. They're actually clear of the first crew from the Netherlands with Rick Rinks in the stroke seat. He's leading his crew with a little bit of open water back to the crew from, I think that is the Ukraine, and the crew from India with the fourth Dutch crew with Jasper Jordans in the stroke seat, slipping out of the back of the field now into last position. But great to see China 2 taking the lead and taking the initiative in this stage of the race.
U drugoj trci četverca na prvoj poziciji nalazi se kineska druga postava i ona je gotovo sigurno, odnosno bit će pobjednik ove trke. U preostalim pozicijama koje vode dalje, znači na tim mestima nalazi se holandska prva postava i Ukrajina, s tim što je Indija recimo blizu Ukrajine, barem iz ovog ugla gde se mi nalazimo. Vidjet ćemo šta kažu u cilju, odnosno kako će izgledati kasnije.
So the Chinese rhythm looking very dynamic as they come into the last 200 meters of the race. They look set to get the first position, but who's going to take second and third?
Yeah, that's the important order here. 1, 2, 3 to go get those direct spots through to the A-B semi-final, and it's been the same story the whole way down this course. China too have been leading the way with a dominant performance. 3 of this crew competed in the men's 8 last year for China at the final Olympic qualification regatta, just missing out on qualifying for the Olympic Games. The Dutch then in a tight battle with Ukraine towards the line.
Kina 2, Holandija i Ukrajina idu u polufinale. Odlični su bili Indici koji su zauzeli 4. mesto.
A great final sprint there from India to try and clinch that third and final spot directly through to the AB semi-final. Overlap between themselves and Ukraine, but not quite doing enough to get themselves into the top 3. It's then going to be Netherlands 4 that cross the line, the 5th crew, in this second heat of the men's coxless 4. The third and final heat now of the men's coxless 4s. The first 3 to go through to the AB semi-finals again. Netherlands 2 in 1, Denmark in 2, India 2 in 3, and Great Britain in 4.
U trećoj grupi muških četveraca otpašće samo jedna selekcija. Vidjet ćemo da li će to biti Holandija, Danska, Indija 2 ili Velika Britanija. Velika Britanija svakako favorit u ovoj grupi.
Well, a similar story here to the women's 4s, Richie. It's Great Britain leading the way at 800.
It's the 1,000-meter mark. They're into a very nice rhythm, nice long rowing from the GB crew in lane 4 nearest to us. On the far side, it is the crew from the Netherlands, Netherlands 2. They're staying in touch, just about a length off of GB at the moment, and then some way back to Denmark and to India 2. So just coming up on the 1,000-meter mark, coming level with us here, actually the crew from the Netherlands, they're just half a length, so they're staying very much in touch with the GB crew here. 3 crews to qualify out of 4, rather cruelly, so just 1 crew will be dropped before advancing on to the semi-finals. But through 1,000 meters, it's GB and Netherlands 1-2.
Nakon 1000 metara u 23. trci četverac bez kormilara u muškoj konkurenciji imamo 4 tima i Britanci vode u 4. stazi, dok ih prate Holanđani. Od Britanaca smo možda i očekivali ovakav napredak jer to je jedan novi sastav, ali zato 3 člana imaju zlato sa svetskog kupa i to ispod 23 godine. Takođe Danci imaju jedan mlad tim, a Christensen je jedan seniorski debitant i on ima samo 19 godina. Kako stvari stoje? Evo da kažem, nepromenjeno Britanci vode i prate ih Holanđani. Kako ostali komentatori and what we can see under 1,300 meters team? Are you there?
Here from our commentary position and enjoying the great racing we see unfolding here right before us. We look at the GB4 here racing in lane number 4 closest to us. They're still in the lead, but the Dutch on the far side of the lake making a charge to get into the first position. But I think the crew from India will be that unlucky crew who gets 4th place and a ticket to the repechage. But very nice rhythm there from the former St. Paul's and Cambridge strokeman Freddie Davidson there. He's leading his crew to 3/4 of a length ahead of the Dutch crew, which is a crew composed of all Olympians with strokeman Nelson Ritsema and his number 3 guy Sander de Graaf racing this boat class in Tokyo, and they are joined by Bjorn van der Ende and Ruben Knap, who raced the 8 in Tokyo. But they have some work to do to get into the first position, but they could also make the decision to conserve some energy for the rest of the regatta and take their second spot into the AB semi-final.
Ovo je posljednja treća trka četverca bez kormilara i tu tražimo još 3 mjesta za direktan prolazak u polufinale. Ostaće bez polufinale Indija 2. Svi ostali će ići dalje, a u ovom trenutku na vodećoj poziciji su Britanci, drugi su Holanđani, a treća je danska posada.
So the Dutch going all out for the sprint finish, raising their rate up to 42 strokes a minute, but GB still in the lead, but only just.
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, and a slightly different GB crew to the one that was announced that would be competing here this weekend. Morgan Boulding stepping into the 2 seat instead of Ollie Wilkes. But no matter, that's not had an impact on the speed. Davidson, Jenkins, Boulding and Stewart still lead the way, but a very fast-moving Dutch crew from the outside lane is going to push them all the way to the line for that top spot.
Na početku trke postavio sam pitanje ko će otpasti. Otpada definitivno posada Indije, svi ostali idu dalje u polufinale, pobjedila je ekipa Velike Britanije.
Well, we asked the question earlier who was going to get that 3rd and final spot through to the A final, to the AB semi-finals, and it is indeed Denmark that clinched that ahead of an unlucky India, who will face the repechage later on. From big boats to small boats now, this is the first of 4 heats in the women's single sculls. We've got 6 athletes lining up. 1 will go through to the AB semi-final with a remainder to the repechage. In lane 1 for Lithuania, Donata Karolina. In lane 2 for Serbia, Jovana Arsic. In lane 3, Virginia Diaz-Rivas of Spain. In lane 4, Karin Robbers of the Netherlands. In lane 5, Hannah Scott of Great Britain. And in lane 6, Gara Ibrahim of Egypt.
Ženski single skullovi, jedna devojka će direktno u finale. Nadamo se da će to biti Jovana Arsić, koja trenutno i ima vođstvo, ali velika borba, potpuno izjednačena sa Britankom Hannah Scott.
Now, the thing I love about small boats, especially single sculls, anything can happen at any time. And I think we've had a few lead changes already, Richie, in the first 800 metres of this race.
Just coming up to the 1,000 metres, and yeah, they've spread out a little bit. You could some of the crews got off to a better start there, and they've now settled into their rhythm. And it is the local sculler from Serbia, Jovana Arsic, who is leading here in lane 2. Hannah Scott from GB in lane 5 is staying in touch in 2nd place at the moment, and then it is the sculler from Lithuania, Donatella Karolin, in 3rd place at the moment. Coming up, very little, just about a length and a half separating 1st, 2nd and 3rd. So again, very exciting for us here on the bank of the racing here, but I'm sure those scullers are looking left and right and wishing that they can open up a lead. And as I watch and say that, the sculler from GB, Hannah Scott, she's just put a little push on there. Maybe she heard me from the bank. She looked over to her left-hand side, saw where she was, and she's put a nice push on going through 1,000 meters. But I'm sure my colleague Angelina is going to be very excited
Right. My heart is beating. Srce hoće da iskoči. Evo nas, 24. trka za skiferke i tu je u drugoj stazi naša Jovana Arsić koja ima mali zaostatak, zapravo samo nekih ni čitav sekund za Britankom Hannahom Scott koja vesla u petoj traci. Biće ovo veliko uzbuđenje, 1200 metara. Bojim se da će ovo biti jedan divan, uzbudljiv moment i trenutak za našu Jovanu. Nije uspela na olimpijadi u Tokiju, ali zato evo nas kod pravog kupa za nju u svom gradu, na svom terenu, na svojim vodama. Punom parom, Jovana, idemo!
So, Tim, they're on their way down to you now, and we're going to see how's that Serbian sculler. She's one of 3 who made it through to compete in Tokyo. How's she doing there against Hannah Scott of GB?
Surprised to see Hannah Scott up leading the field at this stage of the race, but good for all the local fans that Jovana Arsic is very close in pursuit. She's only 3/4 of a boat length behind the sculler from Great Britain at this stage of the race. Also looking to Karine Robbers from the Netherlands. She took a year out after missing qualification for the Tokyo Olympics. She's back and she is in the scull and trying to get back into form for the Paris Olympics. But Hannah Scott is still leading the field, not by much, with the local favorite Arsic still in second position. And on the far side we see bronze medalist from Rio, Donata Karalainen from Lithuania in third.
U ovom trenutku takmičarka iz Velike Britanije vodi. Hannah Scott ima dužinu čamca prednosti u odnosu na Jovanu Arsic, takmičarku iz Srbije. I za sada to deluje uverljivo od strane Britanke, dok je na trećoj poziciji devojka koja je u Riju osvojila medalju u ovoj disciplini i Donata Karalainen. Tako da će u svakom slučaju biti velika borba do završetka ove trke u kojoj Britanka vodi, a samo prva ide direktno u polufinale, preostale će u repasaž.
Very impressive race from GB sculler Hannah Scott there. She's still rating at 30 strokes a minute, but she has the highest speed of every sculler in the field. But as I say that, there is a little push there coming from Jovana Arsic from Serbia, trying to defend her second position from the Lithuanian sculler right beside her. But only one crew in this heat goes through to the AB semi-final. So I think that's going to go to Hannah Scott, who is producing a fabulous race here. Now raising the rate to 35 strokes a minute as she comes towards you guys there in the finish tower.
Yes, an absolutely brutal progression system here in the women's single scull. You have to win in order to progress directly through to the AB semi-finals. And that is Hannah Scott currently for Great Britain, the former Princeton athlete, the 22-year-old newly into the single, trying to fill the shoes of Vicky Thornley, who raced this boat class at the Olympics for Great Britain and doing a sterling job ahead of the home athlete, Jovana Arsic.
Nažalost, Jovana Arsic će morati kroz repesaž da traži mesto u polufinalu. Direktno tamo ide Britanka Hannah Scott. Dobro se držala naša veslačica, ali je na kraju zauzela dobro drugo mesto.
So it will be Hannah Scott for Great Britain over the line in that first spot to take her through to the AB semi-final. Disappointment for the home fans there with Arsic taking seconds. It's then over in lane 1, Donata Karalainen of Lithuania that comes home in third ahead of the Spanish sculler Diaz Rivas. The remainder of these athletes will trickle through and probably conserve energy in order to race the repechage in this event. The next heat of the women's single sculls, just as similarly tough progression system, won through to the AB semi-finals. Chinese Taipei in 1, Huang Yiting. In lane 2, China won Lu Shiyu. In lane 3, Turkey, Elis Ozbey. In lane 4 for the Netherlands, Lisa Skaynard. In lane 5 for Czech Republic, Lenka Antosova. And in lane 6 for Egypt, Amna Magdi Hussein.
Pratimo dešavanja u ženskom single scullu. Na stazi su kineski Tajpeh, Kina 1, Turska, Holandija 2, Češka 1 i Egipat 1.
They're through halfway now and looks like a commanding lead here for the Chinese sculler, Richie.
Yeah, absolutely. She's in control here coming through the 1,000-meter mark. She's taken the rate right down. Very powerful rowing from the Chinese sculler. Liu in lane number 2. She's got about a 3-length lead. And then we're back to that old story of very little separating second, third and fourth. Just a length between the scullers from Turkey, Netherlands and the Czech Republic staying in touch as well. Sorry, it's actually the Egyptian sculler as well. So through 1,000 meters in control, it looks like Liu of China ahead of the scullers from Turkey, Netherlands and the Czech Republic.
U klasi single scull skiferke veslaju upravo u 25. trci. Danas ovde nastupaju 22 veslačice i one traže svoje mesto u finalu. Ostale će imati možda priliku da se nađu u repesažu. Ali kako stvari stoje za sada, kineska veslačica i skiferka Xiu Lu prednjači i vodi ispred Lenke Antosove iz Češke Republike. Očekivali smo od Lise Skaynard iz Holandije koja vesla u 4. traci neki bolji možda uspeh, ali ona je iz dubla skula sada ovde došla kao samostalni nastup i očekujemo možda da pojača ritam i tempo. Svakako, nakon ovih 1200 metara, dobar progresivan nastup kineske veslačice.
So it's going to be interesting to see the tactics here for the remaining scullers, given that China looks to take that one qualifying spot. We'll see how the other scullers are going to race out the second half of this race. Will they hold back and wait for the repechage system? Tim?
With this brutal progression system with only the first finisher going straight through to the AB semi-final. Currently that first position is in the hands of the China 1. Liu she's well, I think she's 1.5 boat lengths ahead of the rest of the field, and I think the rest of the field, the second placed position, I think, but it's very difficult to see here, but I think that's Lisa Skaynard from the Netherlands in the second position, but we'll see when we get to the finish line. But a great race there from the Chinese sculler. She was 5th in the women's 4 in Tokyo, but now trying here in the single, and she's really blasted out of the start and done some damage to the rest of the field. But I don't think the sculler from the Netherlands has given up just yet. Lisa Skaynard, she took a bronze medal in Tokyo in the double, in the women's double, but now she's here without her partner, and she's really hammering down the course trying to get to that first position.
Što se tiče druge trke ove discipline, single scull za žene, kineskinja Xiu Lu je u ovom trenutku na vodećoj poziciji i izborit će plasman direktno u polufinale, dok će preostale devojke ići u repastaž. U ovom trenutku se na drugom mjestu nalazi Lisa Skaynard iz Holandije, dok je treća Čehinja Lenka Antosova.
Yeah, so coming to you, still China in front, but is there a late charge coming from Lisa Skaynard from the Netherlands?
Well, we wouldn't expect anything less of the Olympic bronze medalist Lisa Skaynard out of the double scull now into the single here for this World Cup, trying to take on Lu Shiyu of China, who proved to be quite a force last season. These two athletes going head-to-head now into the final 20 strokes.
Odlično vesla kineskinja Lu Shiyu i odbranit će tu prvu poziciju, dakle ona će proći prva kroz cilj, a Holanđanka Lisa Skaynard će proći kao druga.
So, Lu Shiyu out of the women's 4 from last season into the single. She's going to take the win there in that second heat, of the women's single scull. Lisa Skaynard will have to go through the repechage. It's then going to be Lenka Antosova of the Czech Republic coming through ahead of Turkey's Elis Ozbey. And the remainder of the scullers As we said, we'll have to see if they look to conserve energy in these sprinting stages. Chinese Taipei's Huang Yiting coming in ahead of Egypt's Hussein for the 5th and 6th spots in the second heat of the women's single sculls. Already through 1,200 metres now, it's the next heat of the women's single sculls. China 4 in 1, Bulgaria in 2, Netherlands 1 in 3, Austria in 4 and Slovenia in 5. Richie, what was the situation through halfway?
Very similar to the previous race where Liu from China, who had previously competed in the 4 and moved to the scull. It's the same scenario here for Netherlands 1. Caroline Florgen, who was a silver medalist in Tokyo in the 4, moving into the scull now and going through 1,000, had a very commanding lead, more than Clearwater over the second place sculler from Austria, and then it was Bulgaria in 3rd. So Netherlands in control here.
Jako zanimljiva i brza trka, nastavljamo sa devojkama u disciplini skiff single scull. 26. trka po redu. Očekivali smo od Magdalene Lebnik iz Austrije, koja je prošlogodišnja pobednica i postigla najbolje svetsko vreme na kupu 7 minuta 13,26, da će uspeti da zabeleži takođe odličan rezultat u Beogradu. Međutim, kako stvari stoje, ipak Caroline Florin iz Holandije prednjači i ona je liderka za sada nakon ovih 1000 metara.
So quite a few scullers and people from bigger boats swapping around here at the first regatta of our season. Tim, Caroline has moved from the 4 into the scull.
Yeah, she has, and she's always been good all the way from junior levels in this boat class, and she is like a massive talent, and she was the youngest crew member of that silver medal winning crew in Tokyo. But it's great to see her out on the water. She makes it look really easy, and she is handsomely beating the bronze medalist from Tokyo, Magdalena Lobnik, who is in 2nd position. And with that progression system we have, with just one crew through to the AB semi-final, I think Magdalena Lobnik will conserve some energy for the racing to come.
Nekoliko stotina metara pre završetka ove treće trke, prva u ovoj disciplini, u ovoj trci je Florin iz Holandije na drugoj poziciji, Austrijanka Lobnik, prošlogodišnja pobednica svetskog kupa, treća Bugarka, vidjet ćemo kako će izgledati do završetka, jedna ide u polufinale, ostale u repasaž.
So quite a big lead there for Caroline Florijn from the Netherlands, Camilla, and quite a surprise, wouldn't you say so, that Magdalena Lobnik is this far behind the young Dutch sculler?
Yeah, quite a surprise, in fact. But actually, I know that Magdalena Lobnik has had quite this a poor start to her season, plagued with injury and trying to come back and recover from an injury to her leg. She's been doing a lot of work off the water, cross-training in order to try and come back from that. So perhaps a little bit of injury lingering and just on the build back now into this next Olympiad. But what a performance here, as you say, from Caroline Florijn of the Netherlands. A young up-and-coming star here to watch out for.
Pobeda Caroline Florijn bila je velika borba sa Magdalenom Lobnik, međutim nije izdržala to zbog neke lakše povrede Austrijanka, tako da je ona na drugoj poziciji.
So Florijn of the Netherlands not having to contest the repechage, straight through to the AB semi-final ahead of Lobnik of Austria. It's then going to be Bulgaria ahead of China 4, and rounding off the field, Slovenia for the final spot in this 3rd heat. The fourth and final heat now of the women's single sculls. In lane 1, China 3, Sun Ning. In lane 2 for Switzerland, Lisa Lokscher. In lane 3 for Sweden, Lovisa Kleisen. In lane 4, Czech Republic 2, Anna Santrokova. And in lane 5, China 2, Chen Yun-xia.
Posljednja trka ženskih single skulova na stazi Kina 3, Švajcarska, Švedska, Češka 2 i Kina 2.
They're through halfway now, and who is in that one qualifying spot to the AB semi-finals, Richie?
Just coming up on the 1,000-meter mark, it was a two-boat race between the Czech Republic and China 2 in lanes 4 and 5. But as they went through, the sculler Yu Cheng, coached by Chongbo Zhao, had put in a massive push here in lane number 5 just to open up a lead. So she is leading this race here, heat 4 of the women's single sculls. It's China leading ahead of the Czech Republic.
Svetski kup u Beogradu, eto, donosi nam i kineske veslačice i u 27. trci u ženskoj konkurenciji single skiff vidjet ćemo dve kineske veslačice. Jedna od njih je liderka trenutno nakon 1200 metara, to je Xingxia Chen i prati je iz Češke Ana Santrukova. Na trećoj poziciji je za sada Lovisa Kleisen, a vidjet ćemo da li će uspeh zabeležiti i druga kineska veslačica. Dakle, u ovoj poziciji sada prednjači kineska skiferka Xingxia Chen.
So Tim, you can let us know, has that push from the Chinese sculler done enough to get that first all-important qualifying spot?
She, the reigning Olympic champion in the women's quadruple sculls, now here in the single event, has pushed away, and she's leading comfortably, striking 30 strokes a minute, and she's moving away every single stroke because there's a lot of power behind every single stroke. She's moving away. She has, well, almost 2 lengths of clear water over the second-placed sculler from the Czech Republic, Anna Santrokova, who is in second position. And I saw a little look there to the left and right-hand side by the Czech sculler, and I think she knows she's well and truly beaten. So I think we're going to see a little cruise down to the line by China 2 to take that all-important qualifying slot into the AB semi-final.
Trenutno je u toku posljednja četvrta trka ženskog single skula i u ovom trenutku na vodećoj poziciji, tačnije 400 metara pre završetka, je olimpijska šampionka u dublu Xingxia Chen ispred Čehinje Ane Santrukove, ali jasno je da će Čehinja biti druga. Preostale devojke su daleko, tako da kineskinja bez većih problema će izboriti plasman u polufinale, sve ostale čekaju repasaž.
So great to see China too in form, and it's impressive to see how effortlessly it looks, and she's maintaining the highest boat speed of all the crews at this stage of the race. She's leading comfortably over the Czech Republic, Sweden, then China 3 and Switzerland in last.
Yeah, out of that stunningly impressive quad from last year, the Olympic champions, Chen Yun-xia of China 2 in lane number 5. He's looking absolutely imperious out there on the water. So much water separating her from the rest of the scullers. There is absolutely no doubt as to her taking this top spot through to the AB semi-final. The rest of the field, well, at the moment, that seems to be led still by Anna Santrokova of the Czech Republic, who has maintained that spot for the majority of this course, and then Sweden and China 3 battling it out for third.
Kineskinja Chen Zhua je napravila veliku prednost, ogromnu prednost u odnosu na sve ostale i ide u polufinale. Na drugom mestu Čehinja Santrukova, ona će u repasaž kao i sve preostale devojke.
Continuing an unbeaten streak from the quad now into the single. Chen Yun-xia of China 2 is the winner of that fourth heat of the women's single sculls. Santrukova of the Czech Republic will cross the line in second place and go through to contend the repechages along with the rest of these scullers who trickle through the line. Sweden, China 3 and Switzerland there as the final scullers in this race. The men's single, always a very popular event, and a change in progression now. The first four go through to a quarter-final in this event. In this first heat, in lane 1, Serbia 2, in lane 2, Denmark, in lane 3, Hungary 1, in lane 4, Paraguay, and in lane 5, China.
Velika gužva u single skullovima. Ovo je borba tek za četvrtfinale na stazi Srbija 2, Aleksandar Filipović, Danska, Mađarska 1, Paragvaj i Kina.
Well, it's been a great start for Bastian Stecher of Denmark.
Absolutely, coming through the 1,000-metre mark, he was the one that put on a push just to open up a lead ahead of the other scullers here. Big entry in the men's single sculls, over 30 crews competing. A lot of juniors as well making their debut at the senior events from Denmark, Bulgaria, and of course GB. But it is Bastian Scherer in lane number 2. He has a clear water lead here, he's in control, and it's a real battle then between the Serbian crew, Hungary and Paraguay, who have opened up a clear water lead ahead of China. So they look like the 4 crews, but definitely Bastian Scherer in control here.
Imam utisak da će ipak naš Filipović Aleksandar Skifer u 28. trci ovogodišnjeg svetskog kupa uspeti da nađe svoje mesto u četvrtfinalu i da zabeleži dalji progres u ovoj trci. Prati u stopu Danca koji prednjači Bastian Stecher i očekujemo dobar rezultat. Svakako treba reći i da Javier Insfran koji je došao iz Paragvaja i koji vesla u četvrtoj stazi takođe je negde u ravni sa našim Filipović Aleksandrom. Biće ovo veliko uzbuđenje jer čini mi se da svi za dlaku ovde mogu da naprave jedan snažan potez i da preuzmu vođstvo. Navijamo za našeg Aleksandra i idemo.
So interesting again to see how the tactics is going here, because the first 4 crews are going to advance into the quarterfinal. It looks like they have shaken off the challenge of the Chinese sculler in lane number 5.
Yeah, you're perfectly right there, Richie. It's the under-23 bronze medalist from Denmark, Bastian Stecher, in the lead, looking very comfortable at this stage. And I think all the crews have now looked at their positions, and it's only the crew from China, Yifan Gao, who is he has a lot of work to do to get into 4th position and make it to the quarterfinal. But I think most of the field is settled now with the young Danish sculler there leading this first of 6 heats in the men's single.
Dakle, ovdje su stvari jasne kada je u pitanju ova prva od 6 trka u ovoj disciplini. Jasno je da će Danac zauzeti prvu poziciju, Aleksandar Filipović je drugi. Preostali učesnici u četvrtfinalu, pošto četvorice idu dalje, su i Mađar i Paragvajac, jedno će Kinez otpasti i to tako barem sada izgleda. Vidjet ćemo kako će to biti u finišu trke.
Yeah, so moving into the Red Bull area, I don't see many crews lifting the rate, and I think this race is going to finish as is Camilla, or is somebody there putting on a little sprint there, a little burst of speed to get into a better position for the quarterfinals.
Well, it would be great for the home fans if Aleksandar Filipović of Serbia can put on a show and come through in the sprinting stages. But as it stands at the moment, it's all to play for here for Bastian Stecher of Denmark, who's looking very long and strong down at rate 28 to take the lead. And the top 4 spots look fairly settled here.
Ovdje je jasno prve 4 veslače idu dalje. Ono što je bitno za srpski tim, to je Aleksandar Filipović prošao četvrtfinale kao drugi.
Denmark and Serbia too taking 1-2 there. The 3rd spot will go to Paraguay through to the quarterfinal. One more up for grabs, and that will go to Petervari Molnar of Hungary ahead of China, who will miss out. In fact, this will be the first with the progression system here, we'll have to wait for the times to come through, because some will progress through to the quarterfinal and others will be eliminated. So we'll have to wait for the full set of results from these heats to confirm who will be progressing through to the quarterfinals. Already approaching the 1,000-metre marker, the second heat of this men's single sculls. The top 3 go through to the quarterfinals. In lane 1, Quentin Antognelli for Monaco, Olli Zeidler for Germany in lane 2, Dushyant for India in 3, and Viktor Pivac for Serbia in lane 4.
Opet Srbija ima jednog predstavnika u single scullu, to je Viktor Pivac, nadamo se dobrom rezultatu. Posle tri veslača idu u četvrtfinale, tu su još Monako, Nemačka i Indija.
Well, they're already through halfway. There's a hot seat in this one. You don't want to be coming last here, Richie.
That's it. There's just 3 to qualify out of 4 here, and it is the reigning world and European champion, Olli Ziedler from Germany in lane 2. He is opening up his lead here, but staying in touch is the sculler from Monaco. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment. Serbia in 3, and they're doing their best to shake off the challenge of the Indian sculler. So at the moment, the 3 quarterfinal spots, it looks like it's going to be Germany, Monaco, and the local Serbian sculler, Viktor Pivac.
Tako je i evo posle nekih 1200 metara u ovoj 29. trci za skifere naš Aleksandar Filipović je uspeo da se udene u četvrtfinale, a očekujemo sada i od našeg Viktora koji vesla u četvrtoj traci da zabeleži dobar progres. Za sada je na 3. poziciji u zaostatku od nekih 3 sekunde 61 za Oliverom Ziedlerom iz Nemačke. On je i bio favorit, ali govorimo o svetskom i evropskom šampionu koji je pobedio prošle godine na sva 3 veslačka kupa. Tako da Oliver prednjači za sada, prati ga veslač Quentin Antonelli iz Monaka, a za sada naš Viktor na 3. poziciji, 4. je iz Indije Dushant.
So chance here for the scullers just to get some race preparation in with just 3 to qualify, and it does look like as they approach you, Tim, it looks still Germany, Monaco and Serbia, they're the 1, 2 and 3 looking to advance to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, certainly, and it's Olli Ziedler now breaking clear of the rest of the field, and a great little move there from Viktor Pivac from Serbia to get into second position over Quentin Antonelli from Monaco on the far side of the lake. But out in front, it's still the big powerhouse from Germany, Olli Ziedler, in the lead, and he's only rowing at 28 strokes a minute. He's really laying down the power in this last part of the race, and a little change of gear coming there from the Serbian sculler and trying to shake off the Dushant from India, who is the unlucky number 4 in this second heat of the men's single.
Sigurno da će i Srbija imati 2 člana u četvrtfinalu ovoga takmičenja, odnosno ove discipline, pošto Viktor Pivac u ovom trenutku zauzima 2. poziciju. Ispred njega je jedino svetski i evropski šampion Oliver Ziedler iz Nemačke, koji je bio 7. u Tokiju. Svakako da će mesto u četvrtfinalu naći i momak iz Monaka, Antonelli.
So closing into the finish line, see a great change of pace there from the Madagascar rower Antonelli, who is really going through the gears to try and get second position from local favourite Viktor Pivac.
Yeah, it was heartbreak for Antonelli last year, where he missed out on qualification for the Olympic Games for Monaco at the final Olympic qualification regatta. He's looking to set that right here, getting into the quarter-final, and he is gaining with every single stroke. He wants the honours over Olli Ziedler, who suffered similar disappointment at the Olympic Games, not making that A final. The big name who had been bigged up to take at least a medal at those games, missing out. But it looks like he's got this well under control. He's keeping Antonelli within his sights.
Ziedler prolazi kao prvi, Antonelli kao drugi. Naš Viktor Pivac će u četvrtfinale kao treći, otpada samo Dušan.
So the top 3 there through to the quarterfinal. That was Germany, Monaco and Serbia, and then India missing out there. We'll have to again wait and see and confirm if he will be progressing through to the quarterfinal or be eliminated based on the times. Heat 3 of the men's single sculls now on the course, coming through 900 metres in lane 1 for Great Britain, Graham Thomas. In lane 2 for Egypt, Self-Aldin Mohammed. In lane 3 for Sweden, Hugo Nerud. In lane 4 for Bulgaria, Christian Vasilev.
Na stazi su učesnici treće grupe, Velika Britanija, Egipat, Švedska, Bugarska, dakle u pitanju su single scullovi.
So they're about to pass Richie there at the 1,000 metre marker, and Bulgaria here looking great.
Absolutely, you can hear the Bulgarian coach on a bike here beside us on the bank of the course here, shouting instructions to the sculler in lane 4 nearest to us. As they went through 1,000 meters, there was absolutely nothing separating GB and Bulgaria. Lane 1 and lane 4, they had a sneak little glance over to each other, and they have decided that they're going to race this to the line. They're not going to be happy with just moving into the quarterfinals. They are stroke for stroke matching each other here. I can't tell who's leading. As it went through, they really were less than a canvas separating them, and on the surge it can change between any of these two scullers, GB and Bulgaria.
Biće ovo gadna trka, rame uz rame, veslaju skiferi iz Velike Britanije, naš Graham Tomaš i iz Bugarske Kristijan Vasilev. Kristijan Vasilev je imao u jednom trenutku lidersku poziciju nakon nekih 1000 metara, međutim britanski veslač se takođe žustro ovde bori. Na trećoj poziciji je švedski skifer Hugo Nerud, a na četvrtoj poziciji Egipćanin Muhamad. On ima veliki zaostatak i verovatno će tu ostati. Dakle, bitka je između Britanca i veslača iz Bugarske.
So most of us know that scullers are fairly determined and stubborn at the best of times, and we're seeing that on the course right now between these scullers from Great Britain and Bulgaria. Graham Thomas in lane 1 and Christian Vasilev from Bulgaria in lane number 4. They're not letting up, are they, Tim?
Strokes a minute compared to the British sculler on the far side, Thomas. He's actually underrating the Bulgarian sculler slightly by 2. But it's very nice to see these guys go all the way to the line. Just to remember everyone at the finish line, they don't have to do this. It's 1, 2 and 3 go through to the quarterfinals, but these two athletes are really hammering it out. And you can see a little change of gear now. It's the Bulgarian sculler Vasilev is easing off slightly, dropping the rate to 27 strokes a minute. And I think Thomas from GB is taking the lead, and he looks to his right and he sees that his opponent has eased off slightly. So a little change of pace from him too, but they lead comfortably, and third place is, I think, in the safe hands of the sculler from that would be Sweden.
Poznato je praktično i ko će iz ove grupe ići u nastavak takmičenja. To su Graham Thomas iz Velike Britanije koji u ovom trenutku vodi ispred Bugarina Kristijana Vasileva koji je bio prilično brz do 1500 metara pa je malo spustio gas. Dalje će i predstavnik Švedske, dok će Egipćanin svoju šansu tražiti na osnovu rezultata za nastavak takmičenja, da li će ići dalje ili ne.
So great to see those two guys at the front having a little bit of fun there, and they ease off 25 strokes a minute. So GB and Bulgaria really going through the motions in the last part of the race as they approach you guys in the finish tower.
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, it's always an interesting set of mind games when it's top 3 to go to the quarterfinal from 4, and you know your place is fairly safe here, especially for Bulgaria and Great Britain out at the head of the field. It's Thomas of Great Britain, though, that just trying to keep enough pace to stay ahead of Vasilev of Bulgaria.
Apsolutno dominantan bio je Thomas Graham, lako je prošao do četvrtfinala, njemu će se pridružiti Hugo Nerud i Kristijan Vasilev iz Bugarske, otpada Egipćanin Muhamad.
So through the line there for Great Britain's Graham Thomas ahead of Christian Vasilev of Bulgaria. The third and final spot directly through to the quarter-final, currently being held by Nerud of Sweden. And despite final charging efforts here of Mohammed of Egypt, it's not going to be enough, unfortunately, to directly get through to that quarter-final, but perhaps enough to secure a spot through the remaining crew time qualification. So that will conclude that third heat of the men's single. Next, heat 4 already well underway. Heat 4 now approaching 1,000 meters. In lane 1, Mateusz Biszkup of Poland. In lane 2 for Bulgaria, Mario Simonov. In lane 3 for Bulgaria 3, Emil Nakov. And in lane 4 for Israel, Danny Friedman.
Na stazi su dva Bugarina, Bugarska 4, Bugarska 3, Simenov i Nejkov. Tu je i Poljak Biskup kao i Izraelac Friedman.
So again, first three through to the quarterfinal here from this men's single sculls event.
And coming through the 1,000-meter mark, it's the Polish sculler Matthias Biskup in lane number 1. He's in control, nice steady rhythm. He's able to look over to his right and see the other 3 scullers in this race, knowing that one of them won't advance into the quarterfinals. So he's in control here in lane 1, and it is the sculler then from Israel, Danny Friedman, in second place, nearest to us in lane number 4, ahead of the Bulgarian sculler Emil Nekov in the 3rd place, and then the 4th sculler at the moment, Mario Simonov. He looks like he's the one that might not advance into the quarterfinals, but in control here, Matthias Biskup of Poland.
Mateusz Biskup iz Poljske, skifer, drži lidersku poziciju u 31. trci. Za skifere, momci koji dolaze iz Bugarske, Nejkov i Simenov se također bore, ali za Emila Nejkova 3. pozicija za sada, a Marija 4. Dani Friedman iz Izraela koji vesla u 4. traci drži 2. poziciju. To je jedan poredak. Za sada, po svemu sudeći, dobru prednost ima poljski skifer Mateusz Biskup za sada.
So the quarterfinal races are in sight for 3 of the scullers here, and you can see that the first 3 are in fact saving a little bit of energy there on the way down to you, Tim.
The sculler from Poland, Biskup, is easing off and conserving some energy, but he has a healthy margin over the second placed rower, which is the guy from Bulgaria. I think that must be Emil Naikov, the reigning under-23 European and world champion. Nice to see Biskup in the single. Usually we see him with Zitarski in the double, but this is his first international event in the single, and I think he's having a great time here, comfortably rowing to the finish in first position, and just one of these crews. So the the aforementioned crew from Israel, so Danny Friedman currently I think in 3rd position with Simeonov from Bulgaria in the last position.
Mateusz Biskup iz Poljske u ovom trenutku je na vodećoj poziciji grupe 4, tačnije 4. trke muškog skifa. Na drugom mjestu nalazi se Izraelac Dani Friedman, dok je juniorski, evropski i svetski šampion od 23 godine Emil Nekov na poziciji 3. Prva dvojica su gotovo sigurni već sada za četvrtfinale, dok će Nekov protiv Simonova se boriti još malo tamo u finišu za ulazak direktno u četvrtfinale.
So all these crews now coming to you, Camilla. It looks very good for Biskup, enjoying his first race, his first international race in the single.
Yeah, out of the double and into the single and going extremely well. And like we've said, for the majority of this World Cup, a lot of new combinations, a lot of nations trying things out. And this looks like it's a winner here for the Polish team with Mateusz Biskup leading the way. But with only one sculler to potentially go out, and again, we can't confirm that at this early stage. It's currently the sculler from Bulgaria, Mario Simonov, that looks to be in the danger zone.
Poljak Mateusz Biskup osvojit će ovdje prvo mesto, Dani Friedman drugo, a jedan Bugarin će otpasti. Da li će to biti Simeonov ili Nejkov, vidjet ćemo do samog kraja.
So into the line for Poland there to take the top spot ahead of Israel's Danny Friedman. It's then going to be Emil Nekov, just shy of a length ahead of his compatriot from Bulgaria, Simonov. We'll wait to see who progresses through to those quarterfinals in the men's single sculls. Still another 2 heats of this event to come. Such a large entry in this very popular event. Again, the first 3 to progress through directly to the quarterfinals in this, the 5th heat of the men's single sculls. In lane 1, Boris Yotov of Bulgaria. In lane 2, Jordi Hofre-Senciales of Spain. In lane 3, John Collins of Great Britain. And in lane 4 for Uzbekistan, Mekrebek Mamatkulov.
5. grupa muškog single skula. jedan će otpasti, neće proći u četvrtfinale, da li će to biti Bugarin, Španac, Britanac ili Uzbekistanac?
Well, it all looks very close up at the front here, Richie.
Ridiculously close between the four scullers as they went through the 1,000-meter mark. Just putting on a push, it's John Collins of Great Britain to open up just a half a length lead, so very little between the scullers here. It's Great Britain, John Collins leading, and then stroke for stroke matching them. In second and third it is Bulgaria and Spain. Can't really call anything between them, but staying in touch in fourth, less than a length out, it is the Uzbek sculler as well. But as they go through us here, it's John Collins of GB leading this one out.
Nije lako biti u najbrojnijoj i najvećoj klasi gde imamo 30 veslača, od toga 10 olimpijaca samo. Dakle, nije lak zadatak izboriti se ovde i ući u četvrtfinale, međutim, nije to veliki problem za John Collinsa iz Velike Britanije, koji je lider nakon nekih 1300 metara i koji vesla u trećoj traci. Prati ga naš komšija Boris Jotov, koji vesla u prvoj stazi, i prati ga takođe rame uz rame Jordi Jofre Senciales iz Španije. Međutim, bili su rame uz rame. Vidjet ćemo ko će ovde zapravo izdominirati. Velika Britanija lider, a iz Uzbekistana za sada na četvrtoj poziciji, a odlično je Mamatkulov startovao i bio lider nakon prvih 500 metara.
So that cross headwind that we heard earlier on in the race has dropped down, and I'm sure the Uzbeki sculler is going to be hoping that because this is such a close race, he's going to stay in contact and maybe get one of the final qualifying spots based on time. How's he looking down there, Tim, halfway down the course?
Well, actually, the Uzbekistan sculler moved into third position just as you were mentioning him, Richie. So I think he's going to get a place in the final, because Yotov from Bulgaria on the far side is really dropping back into fourth position, with John Collins comfortably in the lead, but not by much. It's just a boat length to the Spanish sculler in second position, and a great turn of speed there coming from Mamatkulov from Uzbekistan to take, well, third now, but perhaps second come the finish line. I think that John Collins has to keep his wits about him to make sure he finishes first in this fifth heat of the men's single.
5 od 6 trka se bliže kraju. U ovom trenutku na vodećoj poziciji je John Collins iz Velike Britanije. Očekivano na drugoj poziciji je Jordi Jofre Senciales iz Španije. Treći je mladi Uzbekistanac koji ima 20 godina, Mamatkulov, dok će Boris Jotov najverovatnije, bar tako izgleda odavde, morati da čeka rezultate ostalih trka i da vidi da li će ići dalje u četvrtfinale.
Yeah, that's really tough to see that the Bulgarian sculler Yotov is really trying his best to keep in touch with the leading three, but they're rowing away every single stroke of the way. And a great little turn of speed there coming from the Spanish sculler, trying to get back on terms to John Collins from Great Britain, but he's comfortably in the lead.
Yeah, still a lot of intent here from all of the scullers along this field. No taking their foot off the gas just yet. John Collins of Great Britain now with clear water back to Jofre Senciales of Spain in that third and final direct qualifying spot, Uzbekistan currently.
Ovo je možda i najneizvesnija grupa ko će proći i ko ostati, ali ono što je sigurno, Britanac ide dalje, to nije bilo ni pod sumnjom. Uzbekistanac neće u četvrtfinale.
So the final sculler to come through the line, Boris Yotov of Bulgaria, will have to wait to see his fate. And we have got one more heat of this men's single sculls to complete the field. The sixth and final heat of the men's single sculls now on the course at 600 metres. The first three to go directly through to the quarter-final. The four scullers in this race are for Hungary, Galambos Petter. In lane 2 for the Netherlands, Melvin Tuela. In lane 3 for Slovenia, Philippe Matai Pfeiffer. And in lane 4 for Great Britain, Callum Dixon.
Posljednja trka muškog single skula. Na stazi su Mađar Galamboš, Holanđanin Tvelar, Slovenac Pfeiffer i Britanac Dixon.
So we expect close racing in the single sculls, and it's certainly delivered for us so far. How's it looking out there at the 1,000, Richie?
Down now to the last heat in this final, and again very tight coming in towards the 1,000-metre mark. All eyes are going to be on lane 2. Melvin Tweller, silver medalist in the double in Tokyo, racing in the scull here in lane number 2, and he is leading here, but very little between him and the sculler beside him from Pfeiffer from Slovenia. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment, coming up to the 1,000-metre mark and staying in touch nearest to us. Callum Dixon, the young sculler from Great Britain, making the move into senior racing here, and he is staying in touch. Just 1 length separating first to third at the moment. Melvin Tweller, I would say, is rating a lot higher, just putting on a nice push here, but as they come level with me at the 1,000-metre mark, just 1.5 lengths separating first, second and third. It is the Netherlands, Slovenia and GB. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Hungary sculler still in touch though in 4th place, so anything to play for in the second half of this race.
Velika neizvesnost u posljednjoj skiferskoj trci, momci veslaju snažno, njih 4. Počeo je odlično Slovenac Filip Matej Pfeiffer i imao lidersku poziciju do prvih 1000 metara, međutim iz Holandije snažno je zaveslao Melvin Tweller. Mogli smo tako nešto i da očekujemo od olimpijskog takmičara, onog koji je upravo uzeo srebro prošle godine u double scullu. Dakle, bit će ovo neizvesno, ali svako ima svoju šansu. Da kažemo da je britanski veslač Dixon na 3. poziciji za sada, a iz Mađarske Peter Galambos drži 4. poziciju. Morao bi malo se potrudi više jer ima veliki zaostatak na 1200 metara. U ovoj situaciji sada i dalje imamo nepromenjeno. Holanđanin vodi.
So as they make their way down to you, Tim, it does look like Melvin Tweller, he wants to get out of this midday sun, leading it out there in lane 2.
Yeah, I think he found the competition just a bit too hot in the first 1,000 meters, because he's really hammering along 37 strokes a minute from the Dutch silver medalist from Tokyo. He's really moving out with intent, and he uses the third 500 meters to get the lead of the race. I think he's almost 2 lengths up on the other 2 scullers from Slovenia and Great Britain with the young Callum Dixon. It's a very impressive race from him. He's really staying into contact with the more experienced Filip Matej Pfeiffer from Slovenia, and I always look on the far side because there I see a familiar name from Hungary, the Peter Galambos. He's actually a lightweight rower who likes to race in the open weight division, and he has some work to do to get into second or third position, but Melvin Tweller is now way clear of the field and showing his class as he moves towards the finish.
I posljednja trka u ovoj konkurenciji, u ovom trenutku na ubedljivo prvoj poziciji je takmičar iz Holandije, Melvin Tweller, koji je bio drugi u dublu u Tokiju. Tako da ovdje sada u pojedinačnoj konkurenciji također pokazuje dominaciju, gdje ćemo naravno kako će to izgledati u nastavku takmičenja u četvrt polufinalu i očekujem finale od njega. Na preostale 2 pozicije nalaze se momak iz Slovenije i Velike Britanije, nalaze se momci Pfeiffer i Dixon, dok je Galambos u ovom trenutku onaj koji ispod crte i morat će da čeka rezultate ostali trka pa da vidi da li će biti u nastavku takmičenja ili ne. Ovdje nemamo repasaž, već četvrt finala.
So the Dutch sculler Melvin Tweller leading this race comfortably after a fast and furious third 500 meters. But Camilla, I think there's something more to come from Callum Dixon, because he's underrating his Slovenian competitor by 3 strokes every single minute. So perhaps a big sprint coming from him.
Yes, perhaps, and this being Callum Dixon's first taste of senior international competition, I'm sure he's absolutely raring to go and perhaps saving himself for once he's got a bit more experience under his belt from this World Cup. But he does seem to be safe in that third and final quarter-final spot for now, ahead of Galambos of Hungary. But what a performance here from Melvin Tweller. You've said it so many times, and Dutch men's sculling was in such a fantastic place after last year's Tokyo Olympic Games. Can they continue that on towards Paris?
Vidjet ćemo ko će otpasti iz ove grupe, ko neće dalje u četvrtfinale. Glavni kandidat za to je Peter Galambos. Prvi kroz cilj prolazi Melvin Tweller.
So Twelot over the line there for the Netherlands. It's then Pfeiffer of Slovenia, only half a length ahead of Callum Dixon. You absolutely called it right, Tim. Quite a sprint there from Callum Dixon of Great Britain to roll right up to within half a length. It's then going to be a nervous wait for Galambos Petter of Hungary to understand if he's managed to progress through to the quarterfinals. Already well through the 1,000-metre marker now. We've got lightweight women's double sculls. This is the first heat with one crew to progress through to the A final. Poland won in 1, Denmark in 2, Greece in 3, Spain in 4, Switzerland in 5, and China in lane number 6. And Richie, can you tell me what's going on further up the course?
Absolutely, very exciting race here for the next couple of series for the women's lightweight doubles. 13 of the 15 crews competing here, all competed in Tokyo at the Olympics, and we're down to our last 10 races, kicking it off here with the lightweight women's doubles. As they went through the 1,000 metres, at a nice leisurely pace, it has to be said, the Chinese crew in lane 6, they looked like they were striding out, leading ahead of the Polish crew. So lane 6, lane 1, they're the two to watch. And then in third place, the Greek pair, staying in touch as well, a little bit ahead of the crews from Denmark, Spain and Switzerland, but it looks like that Chinese pair are the ones to watch in this first heat.
U 34. trci u lakoj kategoriji double skull za devojke vidimo jedan veoma mlad line-up. Nekoliko je tu veslačica sa medaljama, dok u 6. traci odlično veslaju i guraju kineskinje, devojke koje su lideri nakon nekih 1400 metara. Na drugoj poziciji drže se Poljakinje, a kako stvari stoje, u sredini veslaju u 3. stazi i Grkinje, dok su ostali poredak Španjolke na 4. poziciji, potom Dankinje i posljednje su za sada devojke iz Švajcarske.
So that Chinese double in lane number 6, Jackie Zhu, Jingping Ku of China in lane 6, they were leading it out. Tim, how are things going down the course?
Very impressive going past us at the 1,500-meter mark. They look in control at 33 strokes a minute, and the only threat really comes from the far side of the course, from the Polish double, but that crew is already more than a length of clear water behind the leading Chinese crew. So I reckon the Chinese are going to take this all the way down to the line, easily controlling this first heat of the women's double, lightweights single of double scull.
Laki i double skull, u ovom trenutku kineskinje imaju ubedljivu prednost i one će biti jedina posada koja će izboriti plasman direktno u finale. Sve ostale posade će morati u repasaž.
So just one crew through to the A final. Camilla, how's that Chinese crew looking from where you're sitting?
Looking really impressive, Tim, I must say, for a young new combination here from China. Zhao Jiaqi and Xu Ping here, only 20 and 22 respectively. What a magnificent row from them with so little experience. And then chasing hot on their heels is the more experienced Katarzyna Velna and Zuzana Zazinska here in second place, with the rest of the field fighting behind.
Kina 1 za sada ima prednost i direktno će u finale. Poljska preti, ali nema dovoljno prostora, tako da Zhu i Qiu idu direktno u finale, ostali u repasaž.
Zhu and Chu cross the line there for China with a clear water lead over Poland. Is then a multitude of boats crossing the line within close confines. Greece ahead of Denmark, ahead of Spain. It's then going to be the Swiss combination, new combination. Eline Roll still in the stroke seat for them, but joined now by Olivia Nacht. And that will be the first heat of the women's lightweight double sculls. So who will be joining China in the A final directly? This is the second heat now of the lightweight women's double sculls. In lane 1, China 2. In lane 2, Poland 2. In lane 3, the Czech Republic. In lane 4, Austria. In lane 5, China 3. And in lane 6, Great Britain.
Laki double skull za devojke, druga grupa, Kina 2, Poljska 2, Češka, Austrija, Kina 3, Velika Britanija. Samo jedna posada ide direktno u finale.
Well, Great Britain were one of the crews that ever so slightly missed out on a medal at the Olympic Games in this category, Richie. They seem to be trying to put that right here.
Absolutely, in lane 6 nearest to us, it is the GB pair of Emily Craig and Maddie Arlett. They're motoring along here in lane number 6 to try open up a bit of a Clearwater lead. Similar to the previous race, the nearest competitor is out in lane 1, the Chinese pair. They are closest to them and staying in touch with them, the pair from Poland. They're the 1, 2 and 3, but in control of this race. It does look like GB looking to take that one final qualifying spot ahead of the pair from double from China and from Poland.
Druga trka u lakoj kategoriji dubl, skulerki, devojke, veoma mlade, ali veoma snažne. Videli smo u 6. stazi kako veslaju Britanke, one su olimpijske takmičarke i prvakinje iz 2019. godine kada su na svetskom kupu uzele bronzu, a prate ih snažne kineskinje koje veslaju u prvoj traci, to su devojke koje su kineski tim broj 2. Svakako u ovoj trci imamo i kineski broj 3 koje se za sada kotiraju kao poslednje, međutim evo šta imamo u sredini, Poljakinje na 3. poziciji, a Čehinje su 4. za sada. Dakle, dominiraju Britanke, prate ih Kina 2 tim i ove devojke traže svoje mesto i prolaz u finale ko pobedi, a druga ide u repesaž.
So GB looking to take control of this race in the last part here. Tim, how's it looking for the Czech double? We would have expected more of them. 4th in Tokyo. How are they doing for those middle of the course race?
Well, they're struggling a bit, to be honest. It's, as you mentioned, Great Britain with Craig and Arlett way out in front. They have more than a length over the very fast China 2 crew from lane number 1. And actually, Great Britain are striding out every single stroke as they pass the 1500 meter mark. But the Czech Republic is struggling to keep in touch. They are currently in 4th position and they have still they are in contact with the crew from Poland, the 2nd Polish crew, but they are way back, and it's going to be a very interesting finish to see. But Great Britain look to me as they already have their names on that spot for in the A final later this weekend.
I u prvoj i u drugoj trci lakih dubl skulova za žene linija, odnosno staza broj 6 je najbolja. Ovde su Britanke Craig i Arlett koje su ubedljivo prve i one će ići u finale. Sve ostale takmičarke, dve kineske posade, zatim Poljska, Češka i Austrijska će svoju šansu borbu za medalje tražiti kroz repasaž.
So a great scramble there for the minor places behind the leading crew from Great Britain who look imperious, wouldn't you say so, Camilla?
Yeah, it's always great to see the tight racing here in the lightweight boats, but it's all happening behind Great Britain at the moment, as you say. Maddie Arlett and Emily Craig here, this combination for GB. We're in the absence of Imogen Grant, who joined Craig at the Olympic Games last year. She's currently sitting her final medical exams at Cambridge University. Arlett stepping in order to lead this boat down the course, and it looks pretty comfortable for them with the tight race behind.
Nijednog trenutka se nije dovodilo u pitanje ko će ovde sa prvog mesta direktno u finale. To su Emily Craig i Maddie Arlett, i ostali idu u repasaž.
So it's over the line for Great Britain there for that one and only spot through to the A final that will take place on Sunday. It's then going to be China 2, Fu and Li, with 3/4 of a length ahead of the Czech Republic. And the buzzer keeping busy there as Poland 2, China 3, and the Austrian crew all cross with boat lengths crossover, and the field will then conclude to make way for the lightweight men's double sculls, who will be next down the track. Well, we're already through halfway here with the next race, the lightweight men's double sculls. In lane 1, Austria. In lane 2, India 2. In lane 3, Belgium. In lane 4, Ukraine. And in lane 5, Austria 2. And they're already at 1,200 metres here, Richie.
Yeah, as they went through here, very competitive race here in the lightweight men's doubles heat 1. Just a length separating first, second and third, and it was the Ukrainian double of Igor Khamara and Stanislav Kovalov who are leading ahead of Austria 1 in lane number 1, and then the third crew were the Belgium crew. So Ukraine leading this out ahead of Austria and Belgium in third.
Ovo je treća trka, odnosno 36. po redu, ali u lakoj konkurenciji double scull muškarci, gde nema Francuza ovoga puta, ali zato imamo 2 Austrijanca i jedan od njih koji vesla u prvoj stazi je beležio dobar nastup i bio lider, međutim lidersku poziciju je preuzeo double iz Ukrajine, a sada dalje grabe snažno momci iz Belgije. Vidjet ćemo šta se dešava u nastavku trke, međutim, vola bih samo da napomenem da su upravo momci iz Irske zabeležili najbolje svetsko vreme prošle godine u Tokiju na olimpijskim igrama.
So heat 1 of the lightweight men's doubles on its way down to you, Tim. Is it still Ukraine, Austria and Belgium for the 3 qualifying spots for the semi-finals?
It's the Ukraine in the lead, followed by Belgium, and I think, but I'm not 100% sure to be honest with you, it is the crew from Austria, yeah, still in third position, with the crew from India and the second crew from Austria following that field. But great to see that crew from the Ukraine actually leading this heat over the crew from Belgium, with Marlon Koolpaard in the bow seat, the new partner of Niels van Zandwegen, who raced with a different partner at the Olympics and finishing 5th at that event. But they're in a good second position, but still out in front. It is the Ukraine leading this heat.
Ukrajinci vode, Belgijanci drugi, Austrijanci treći u prvoj od 3 trke muških lakih dublova. Vidjet ćemo da li tako izgleda i na kraju. 3 idu dalje.
So a great form shown there here by the Ukraine, wouldn't you say so, Camilla? And are the crew from Belgium pulling on any charts for that first position, or is the Ukraine going to take the win in this heat?
I think Ukraine have got this pretty comfortably here. Kamara and Kovalov with lots of confidence in their stride and a good batch of clear water between themselves and Niels van Zandwegen with new partner Marlon Koolpaard, the under-23 world champion. A pretty good pairing to say the least, but taking it pretty casually over the line, knowing they're safely through to the AB semi-finals ahead of Austria 1 in lane number 1.
3 ekipe idu dalje, idu u polufinale. Videli smo Ukrajinu koja je prošla kao prva, Austrija takođe, otpada Indija i Belgija.
So the final Austrian crew here with the last few strokes into the line. Homstein and Cabas will be racing the repechage in the program later today, and we'll be looking for crews to join those successful in going through to the AB semi-finals here in this lightweight men's double scull. In the next race, which is already well underway, in lane 1 we've got Spain, in lane 2 Switzerland, in lane 3 Poland, in lane 4 Denmark, and in lane 5 Uzbekistan.
Dakle, čuli ste, na stazi su Španci, Švajcarci, Poljska, Danska i Uzbekistan. Muški dubloskulovi lakići, pa idemo dalje.
So at 1,000 meters, it is the crew from Switzerland in lane number 2. They are leading ahead of the crew from Poland. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment, going through 1,000 meters ahead then of the crew from Spain. So Jan Schaubel and Rafael Ahomad, Ireland, from Switzerland leading, which seamlessly links me to the world best time, of course, is held by Fintan McCarthy and Paul O'Donovan of Ireland. And they'll be watching this race to see how this is going to play out. They're racing in later World Cup regattas, not here today, but it is the Swiss double leading this out in lane 2 ahead of Poland and Spain. They look like the 1, 2 and 3 going through 1,000 meters.
Ništa manje napeta trka jeste i ova druga po redu za laki double skull u muškoj konkurenciji i prednjače Švajcarci. Lideri su od samog starta i nakon 1200 metara, koliko vidim, prate ih za sada Poljaci, Kovalski i Mikolajčevski, a na trećoj poziciji nalaze se Španci. Dakle, to je jedan poredak za sada koji pruža šansu trojici da uđu u polufinale. Ostala dva tima moraće da se zadovolje repesažima.
So on the way down to you now, Tim, it is leading it out the Swiss crew. The double there leading it out ahead of the crews from Poland and Spain. 3 to qualify. Are they the 3 looking likely?
They look very likely to take those spots into the AB semi-final to me, because they've opened up a bigger lead over the crew from Denmark and the crew from Uzbekistan, who are having a really nice tussle of their own for 4th and 5th. But out in front, it's still the young double from Switzerland. They have a boat-length lead over the Polish crew right beside them on their right-hand side. And the Spanish double is slipping back slightly as they pass the 1,500-meter mark. But they are still relatively safe from the charge coming from the crew from Uzbekistan, who are in 4th position, with the Danish crew slipping back. And that Danish crew is also underrating the entire field, just 31 strokes a minute. So I think the Danish crew are conserving some energy for the rest of the racing this weekend. But out in front still, that young Swiss crew looking very good and looking very dynamic at this part of the race.
Švajcarci ubedljivo, tačnije prve 3 postave su ubedljivo, odnosno 4. i 5. Što znači da te 3 idu u nastavak takmičenja direktno. Ostali će u repasaž. U ovom trenutku Švajcarci vode, na drugoj poziciji su Poljaci, dok su treći Španci. Vidjet ćemo kako će izgledati do kraja i kakav će biti nastavak ovoga takmičenja u muškim lakim dublovima. Ali u svakom slučaju za sada to deluje jako interesantno.
So if I'm not mistaken, I can hear some cowbells in the distance, which is like the international sign for a Swiss crew doing well. And it's still that Swiss crew leading the race, Camilla, and a small charge coming from the Polish crew, with Spain slipping back slightly, it seems.
I've missed the cowbells with all of the last year's racing without an audience. It's great to have you all back in the stands, and the cowbells of the Swiss ringing rightly as they lead the way here in this second heat of the lightweight men's double sculls ahead of Poland.
Švajcarska prolazi kao prva kroz cilj, Poljska će proći druga, slede Španija, pa zaostaju Uzbekistan i Danska.
3 spots through directly to the AB semi-final, and as we just said, Switzerland and Poland, the top 2 crews, and the third one to join them will be Spain in this event. The remaining crews through to the repechage, and the first of those, Uzbekistan, will cross the line ahead of the crew from Denmark. Next on the course, the third and final heat of the lightweight men's double sculls. Another 3 crews to find for the AB semi-finals. In lane 1, Chile. In lane 2, the Czech Republic. In lane 3, Egypt 1. In lane 4, India 1. And in lane 5, Egypt 2.
Laki double skullovi su na stazi Čile, Češka, Egipat 1, Indija i Egipat 2.
And as we move into the heat of the midday sun, these athletes are going to find it really tough, this treacherous 2,000-meter course. And they'll be coming into view of our commentators at the 1,000-meter. Richie, how's this one looking?
I don't know about the competitors, but I'm ready for a dip in the lake here to cool off. It is blistering sunshine here for the third heat of the men's lightweight double sculls. And this Czech double, these are actually, I made a mistake in the previous race, these are the crew that came 4th in Tokyo. Clearwater lead coming through 1,000 meters, but they're not holding off. The rate is quite high, and they, even though they have opened up a 3 or 4 length lead ahead of the crews from Egypt in 2nd place and India in 2nd and 3rd. So it's Egypt and India in 2nd and 3rd at the moment. Chile and Egypt 2 being tailed off, going through the 1,000-meter mark. So it's Czech Republic 1 leading this one out.
Poslednja, treća trka, Lucky Double Skull kategorija za muškarce. Samo 3 tima naći će svoje mesto u A i B polufinalu, četvrti u repesažu. Kako stvari stoje, nakon ovih 1200 metara lideri su Česi, Simanek i Vrastilo i to smo mogli da očekujemo od njih, obzirom da su oni na olimpijskim igrama zabeležili 4. poziciju. Lideri Česi, a potom na 2. poziciji drže se iz Indije momci Kandil i Abdelal, dok na 3. mestu Čileanci, a egipatski tim broj 2 drži posljednju poziciju.
So similar to previous races, we have a clear leader here with the Czech Republic leading it out in lane 2, and then a real battle for the other 2 qualifying spots between Egypt and India. Chile moving back now into contention in lane 1 as they approach you, Tim.
Yeah, the Chilean crew is really close actually to a 3rd spot with the crew from Egypt slipping back. But the favorites perhaps to win this event at this World Cup, the Czech Republic, well out in front, several boat lengths of clear water with 550 meters still left to row. It's the 39-year-old strokeman Vrastil who is setting the pace in this event, 34 strokes a minute as they cruise past us at the 1500-meter mark, and it's a great race here developing between Chile and the crew from I think that's the crew from India actually, who are looking very good as well. They look very smooth, very dynamic rhythm coming off that stroke man, and they are in 2nd or 3rd, just a nice little tussle there for 3rd and 2nd position in this heat, with the crew from Egypt, the 2nd Egypt crew trailing this race. But out in front, the Czech Republic looking good and looking very smooth.
Bliže se kraju i poslednja, treća trka ove discipline, 4. iz Tokija sa olimpijskih igara. Česi, jedina evropska postava ovde, je ubedljivo prva. Oni će sasvim sigurno naravno sa te pozicije ići u polufinale. Čileanci i Indijci će takođe naći mesto direktno sada u polufinale, dok će 2 egipatske ekipe morati u repasaž.
So the Czech Republic cruising home to the finish line with you, Camilla, and actually conserving some energy because their rate of striking is down to 32 strokes a minute compared to the rest of the field. They are cruising this last few meters.
Yeah, 32 strokes a minute, quite low for a lightweight crew, especially of this quality. Simanek and Vrastil are a very dynamic combination from the Czech Republic, currently leading this race, and it's India that are being challenged currently in 2nd by Chile. What a race to the line this is. The Chilean crew pushed the rating through the roof just to try and secure 2nd place.
3 selekcije idu u polufinale, to su definitivno Češka, Čile i Indija 1.
A great 2nd place finish there for India, I believe. We'll wait for the results to trickle through, but very close on the line between themselves and Chile. It's going to be the crew from Egypt, the 2 Egyptian crews at the back of the field that will progress through the repechage in this final lightweight men's double sculls heat. Next up, we've got a test race. This is a test race for the women's quadruple sculls. If you've not joined us already this morning, just a reminder, the test race is optional for these crews. There will be no progression. All of these crews will go through to the A final. In lane 1, Ukraine. In lane 2, the Netherlands. In lane 3, Switzerland. In lane 4, Great Britain. In lane 5, Poland. And in lane 6, China.
6 ekipa je na stazi. Skul četverac, Ukrajina, Holandija, Švajcarska, Velika Britanija, Poljska, Češka. Pošto je ovo test takmičenje, svi idu u finale, pa ćemo vidjeti ko će na kraju osvojiti ovo prestižno prvo mesto.
So already underway, this test race, already really interesting to look at the tactics of who's conserving energy, who's looking to set a marker out. But who can tell us all? Well, it's Richie and Angelica at the 1,000 metres.
So very interesting race and prospect, as you said, not only from the tactics, but also for a lot of the crews to see new combinations that are out here racing for the first time today. The Chinese crew in lane number 6 nearest to us here, they have 2 members from their gold-winning crew from Tokyo. And in the Swiss boat, we have a young crew here from the Swiss, a lot of them competing for the World and European Under-23 Championships, where they have won numerous medals, and GB with a new lineup as well. And as they go through 1,000 metres, just approaching us here, it is a canvas separating first, second, third and fourth. Very exciting race here between the crews from Ukraine in lane 1, Netherlands lane 2, China in lane number 6. They look like the 1, 2 and 3, and the Swiss staying in touch in 4th at the moment. So again, no one to qualify for the final. All of these crews are going to race in the A final later on, but they're having a good look at each other here to see how that race on Sunday is going to go. At the moment, it is Ukraine and Switzerland and China. They're the 1, 2 and 3.
U ovoj fantastičnoj regati sada veslaju dame. 6 država, 6 različitih timova, a ono čega smo se i pribojavali jeste da će kineskinje ponovo izdominirati. Imaju svoju štrokirku, Xiaotong Chu, i ovo su veslačice koje su uzele zlato na olimpijskim igrama i zabeležile zapravo najbolje svetsko vreme. Na drugoj poziciji sada se drže Holanđanke, odlično veslaju, i na trećoj poziciji Švajcarkinje. Ostali poredak u ovoj trci koja je revijalnog karaktera, jedna test, gledat ćemo ih sve ponovo u finalu. Sljedeći poredak je na 4. poziciji se drže Ukrajinke, a potom Poljakinje i Engleskinje.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, there it looked like the Chinese crew were having enough of this race and changed gear in the last 300 meters to move into the lead.
I'm not going to correct you, Richie. You're perfectly right there. It's China leading this race, but it's a very close race. Just for a test race, all these crews are really going for it. We have China leading the field, but only just because there's a great charge coming from the far side of the lake from the Ukraine. The Dutch are still into the mix, and the Swiss are there as well. It's very close. Only Great Britain and Poland are not in the mix, but China still out in front. But on the far side, it's a brilliant race there between the Ukraine and the Netherlands.
U ovoj test trci, pošto sve devojke iz svih posada idu u nastavak takmičenja, tačnije u finale, u ovom trenutku kineskinje su na prvoj poziciji, Ukrajinke tu odmah do njih. Na preostalim pozicijama su Holanđanke, Švajcarkinje, Poljakinje, pa posada Velike Britanije, koje baš i ne žari, pošto su sve 4 devojke već imale svoje trke u dublu skulu, tako da čuvaju svoju energiju za nastavak takmičenja.
So China's lead is shrinking every single stroke, because on the far side we have the Ukraine and the Netherlands really pushing on, and I think the Netherlands are actually moving into first position as they come to you, Camilla.
Wow, we're not used to seeing China missing out in the women's quads. They've been so dominant last season, last Olympiad. This could be really dangerous for them to lose that winning streak. And it is indeed the Netherlands now proving that they can move through the field at late notice. Their bow ball pierces in front of China. Can China respond and bring Ukraine with them?
U posljednjih 200 metara napale su Holanđanke, preuzele prvu poziciju na devojkama koje su osvojile olimpijsko zlato, zapravo njih dve, da vidimo sam kraj trke.
So lively coming towards the line. The Dutch, stroked by Bente Paulus, are going to get a canvas over China, who finish very close on with Ukraine. It's then half a boat length back to Switzerland. Great Britain will take 5th place over the Polish in 6th. But if that is anything to go by, the A final for the women's quadruple sculls on Sunday is going to be blisteringly hot. Next up, the men's quadruple sculls, and we're back to heats now in terms of format. The first two of these crews will go through to the A final, with the remainder to repechage. In lane 1, China won. In lane 2, India. In lane 3, Poland. In lane 4, Ukraine. And in lane 5, Czech Republic.
Muški skulls četverci na stazi Kina 1, Indija, Poljska, Ukrajina, Češka. Prve dve ekipe idu direktno u finale.
Well, almost a carbon copy in terms of the crews competing here for the lead in this race, as it was in the women's. Ukraine and China right up the front of the field here, Richie.
Ukraine and China coming up to the 1,000-meter mark, and we'll be watching as well this Czech crew. There are a lot of the crew members, gold winners in the under-23 championships, and looking to see if they'll be able to stay in touch as well as they come up towards the 1,000-meter mark. But it is lane 1, China. They have an experienced rower in the 3-seated Liu, who has medalled before at international regattas, and it is the Ukrainian crew in second at the moment. They're the 1 and 2, with the crew from Poland staying in touch. Again, 2 to qualify here into the A final, just coming up on the 1,000-meter mark. A very competitive race here, stroke for stroke. The Ukrainian crew and Chinese crew matching each other, with the crew from Poland back in third at the moment, ahead of the crew from the Czech Republic and then India. So yeah, very competitive and exciting race on its way down to you here, but it is at the moment China and Ukraine battling it out.
40. trka u ovogodišnjem svetskom kupu za veslače u Beogradu donosi 5 timova u četvercu sa kormilarom u muškoj konkurenciji. Prva dva idu u finale A, ostali u repesaži i traže tamo svoju šansu, a ono što se desilo u ovoj trci nakon prvih 1000 metara je da Ukrajinci vode i na drugoj poziciji se nalaze kineski momci i veslači. Oni su svetski šampioni i ovenčani pobedom na olimpijskim igrama. Od njih smo i očekivali da snažno gaze i veslaju. Na trećoj poziciji veslaju za sada Poljaci i njihov kvad, a ostali poredak je da možemo da vidimo da će Indijci i Česi da se bore za nešto bolje vreme ukoliko žele da zabeleže to u svom fajlu. Svakako, glavna bitka se bije između Ukrajinaca i kineskog kvada.
So 2 to qualify here, and on the way down to you, it looks like China and Ukraine. Is that right, Tim?
Yeah, definitely. With the Chinese having a bit of the momentum taken away from them by the Ukrainian crew, who checked the move. You could see the Chinese crew trying to make a move in the third 500, but the Ukrainian crew reacted and is still in the lead. But I can tell you from my position here, it's not by much. It's a canvas at the 1,500-meter mark. So Ukraine won, China in second position at this moment, and the Polish in hot pursuit to get that important place straight to the A final, with that very new and interesting combination from the Czech Republic, currently in fourth position, and the Czech Republic already at 39 strokes a minute, so they are trying to get back in the mix for one of those places straight to the A final.
Prva od dve trke u konkurenciji muških skul četveraca. U ovom trenutku na prvoj poziciji su Ukrajinci koji imaju blagu prednost u odnosu na kinesku prvu postavu. Treći su Poljaci, četvrti Česi koji imaju veoma mladu posadu i peta je posada Indije. Dva od pet prva dve pozicije vode u nastavak takmičenja, tačnije u finale, preostali će u repasaž.
So a strong move from the Chinese crew to take the lead with 150 meters to go, Camilla.
Well, what a tight tussle this has been all the way down the course, despite there being 2 spots through to the A final, and both of these crews comfortably knowing, I think, that they will get those. It has been tit for tat, bow ball for bow ball between Ukraine and China, with China just finding and muscling that last bit of speed for this final 250 meters to take the lead over Ukraine.
Ubrzali su Kinezi, povećali broj zavesle, uspeli da osvoje prvo mesto, druga će biti Ukrajina, te dve ekipe idu direktno u finale.
Well, almost a length separating them over the line. China take the honours ahead of Ukraine. It's then going to be Poland that crossed the line in third, demoted to the repechage for now, and then the Czech Republic just shy of a length ahead of India, who will also race again in the repechage. Next on the course, the second heat of the men's quadruple sculls. Same progression system, 1 and 2 through to A final, with the remainder through to the repechage. In lane 1, Lithuania. In lane 2, Switzerland. In lane 3, Belgium. In lane 4, Great Britain. And in lane 5, the Netherlands.
Muški skulovi, četverac na stazi Litvanija, Švajcarska, Belgija, Velika Britanija i Holandija. U ovom trenutku u vođstvu ekipa Švajcarske.
Well, as it stands at the moment, it looks to me like Switzerland are powering their way towards halfway, but hot on their heels, a Dutch crew with a few familiar names in. Richie, can you tell us any more?
Absolutely, we got it spot on there. It looks like a 1-2 for Switzerland, but the crew from Lithuania as well in lane 1, they're staying in touch. So very little between the crews as they approach the 1,000 metres, just about 2 lengths separating first to fifth in the second heat of the men's quadruple sculls. Three races left, 2 after this, the men's and women's 8th. But right here in the men's quadruple sculls, it is the crew from Switzerland, and it's actually Lithuania now putting a nice push in to move into second place ahead of the crew from the Netherlands. But there is little between them. There's about a canvas separating first, second and third with just 2 crews to qualify.
Tesna je ova 41. trka. Imamo 5 četveraca na jezeru Adac i Ganlija, četverac sa Kormilarom u muškoj konkurenciji, druga posljednja trka. Donosi normalno puno uzbuđenja. Kao lideri krenuli su Švajcarci i veslačka porodica svetska je upozoravala na ovu četvorku da može da opasno izdominira i da pripreti holandskom timu koji je na olimpijskim igrama uzeo zlato i drži se na nekoj drugoj poziciji. Međutim, u prvoj traci snažno vesla četvorka iz Litvanije, a ostatak ekipe malo kasni i na četvrtoj poziciji su Britanci, a peti su Kvad iz Belgije.
So just a reminder for everyone watching at home, you can show your support for your crews in your countries by using the hashtag World Cup Rowing, hashtag WRC Belgrade, and hashtag WRC I-22, because this is the World Cup one in the series of 3 this year. Just coming down towards you now, Tim, I did hear the Netherlands crew, I don't know which crewmate it was, let a roar out of him for a response out of his crew. He wasn't happy being in second or third. How are they getting on now?
Well, I think the roar worked its magic because the Dutch moved into first position, but it's only by half a canvas as they approach the last timing mark before the finish line. The Dutch in the lead, but it's bowball for bowball between them, the Lithuanians and the Swiss on the far side of the lake. This is going to be a very tight last 500 meters with just 2 crews proceeding to the A final directly.
2 od prve 3 izborit će plasman za finale direktno, svi ostali će u repasažu. U ovom trenutku na prvoj poziciji su Holanđani koji jesu svetski, tačnije olimpijski prvaci iz Tokija, ali to je bila potpuno druga postava, odnosno novo koja je sada ovde. Na preostale 2 pozicije koje se bore za prolazak dalje su Švajcarci i Litvanci. Za sada zaostaje ekipa Velike Britanije i Belgije.
So it's 3 crews for 2 spots with the Netherlands leading, but only by 1 meter over the crew from Lithuania, and Swiss just 2 meters back. So Camilla, this is going to be perhaps the closest finish of this morning's racing.
Yeah, the type of race you couldn't write. This is, as you say, 3 crews going for 2 places. We're going to have to keep on our toes here in the commentary box to see who will be progressing directly through to the A final. And it keeps switching with every single stroke who sits in that second place. And just slipping back now, Switzerland just can't hack the pace. They're letting Lithuania row through them. They're just giving it to them on a plate at this point in time, unless they've got any sprint to throw back at them.
Vrlo retko se kaže da jedna britanska ekipa neće proći dalje, to jest proći će u repasaž, ali neće direktno u finale. Najbolji trenutno Holanđani.
Well, given the race further up the course, that is a comfortable victory by a third of a length for the Netherlands ahead of Lithuania. Switzerland just dropped back like an anchor attached to their boat there in the final couple of 100 meters. Not sure what happened there, but they finish in third. It's then the British and the Belgians that will have to race the repechage as well. And again, given the quality of that heat, it's going to be an absolutely storming race, I'm sure. Next on the course, the final two races of the morning sessions, the women's and men's eights respectively. First up, the women's eights, just 3 crews contesting this test race here. China 1 in 1, Netherlands in 2 and China 2 in 3.
Test trka za osmerce u ženskoj konkurenciji, Kina 1, Holandija I Kina 2.
So it looks to me like the Netherlands have chosen, as they can, not to contest in this test race. So it is just an inter-squad battle between the Chinese crews here, Richie.
Yeah, 2-boat race here, both of course going to advance into the final and compete later on Sunday, and it looks like a competitive race. So they either they're holding back so that they're side by side to give us a nice crowd pleaser coming in towards the finish, or they are racing hard here. Pretty low rates, it has to be said, for both crews. China 1 and China 2 at the start of the seasons, they're going to be racing here, looking for seat positions in their A crew for the later crews and later regattas, and of course moving into the World Championship races as well. So it was the Chinese 2 crew in lane 3 nearest to us and nearest to you on the enclosure as well. They were leading it out just by about half a length from the other Chinese 8.
Na Beogradskom jezeru Ada Ciganlije u okviru Svetskog kupa za veslače gledamo jednu od omiljenih olimpijskih klasa, osmerac u ženskoj kategoriji, osmerac sa kormilarom. Na startu su bila 3 tima, međutim 2 tima, Kina 1 I Kina 2, su krenuli progresivnu trku, dok je holandski tim diskvalifikovan. Pored toga što imaju dosta iskustva I polovina takmičarki I veslačica dolazi upravo iz Tokija sa olimpijskih igara, 2 potpuno nova sastava kineske reprezentacije izdominirali, štrokirke Li Pingshang I Deshang Zhang. Svaka čast, čestitamo I bravo, gledat ćemo ih svakako u finalu A.
So Chinese crews in the 8s categories are rarely out of the medal table and the podium in international events, including World Championships and Olympics. Tim, how do you think the Netherlands crew are going to fare against these 2 Chinese 8s?
It's a difficult question to answer, Richie, because I don't think we're seeing everything the Chinese crews can do. You could hear the cocks, you know, that's always a fun thing about the Chinese cocks is they're really loud, so you can hear them all the way here at our commentary position. And I think they are going through the gears. You can see a little sprint coming there from the crew from the first Chinese crew, and they're actually eating up the deficit they had at the 1500 meter mark. And a nice little response there from the China 2 crew to their right. But yeah, to answer your question, I think the Dutch crew are just saving energy, and as Camilla already mentioned, you don't have to race this test event. So I think we'll see on Sunday when these 3 crews will race for real.
Dakle, evo I ova trka se polako približava kraju. Osmerac za žene, samo 2 kineske postave su na stazi. One će naravno završiti na prvoj ili drugoj poziciji, s tim što ćemo u finalu gledati I posadu Holandije, koja će se pridružiti ovdje, čuvaju svoju snagu za nastavak takmičenja.
So coming to you, Camilla, I think the crews are sprinting towards the line, aren't they?
Here before you know it, the final 10 strokes here for both of these crews from China. It's going to be China 3 by about 3 seats over China 1. Absolutely amazing that out of these 2 crews, no returners from that incredible bronze medal 8 from the Olympic Games last year. A whole new set of Chinese women's athletes going forward for selection at this point in the season. But 1 race to go now in the morning racing session, and that is going to be the test race of the men's 8. So on the course now, the final race of the morning session, the men's 8 test race. Once again, an optional race for these 3 crews. Great Britain in lane 1, China in 2, and Netherlands in lane number 3 from the draw.
U prethodnoj trci osmeraca nije bilo pitanje ko će proći dalje, dakle prošli su obe postave Kine, nije se pojavila Holandija, a što se tiče muške konkurencije, Velika Britanija, Kina I Holandija.
Well, close to the action and telling us who is contesting in this test race, it's Richie and Angelica.
So it is GB who are leading coming through the 1,000-metre mark. They have a clear water lead over China, really motoring along here. The GB crew, lovely rhythm, very long strokes, and the boat is lifting out of the water every time they take their stroke, powering through the 1,000 metres. It looks like it is the GB team looking to open up the lungs here in this test race. They are going to compete in the final on Sunday, against the Netherlands, who are doubling up in other events, and the Chinese crew as well. But it's GB leading this one out.
43. trka donosi još jednu test trku, posljednju, i ovi momci koji su pred nama idu direktno u finale. Osmerac sa kormilarom donosi nam britanski i kineski tim. Britanci, povratnici, olimpijci koji imaju 3 bronzane medalje iz prošle godine sa jednim debitantom i kormilarom, seniorom Harryom Brightmoreom. Oni su lideri u ovoj trci, a motivisani kineski tim lebdi iznad vode, snažno grabe i zaista očekujemo da vidimo koje će vreme zabeležiti, bit će zanimljivo u ovom samom finišu.
So our last race of this morning's session, the men's eighth. Tim, I'm going to put you in the uncomfortable position again and ask you, how do you think the Netherlands crew, not racing here, but how do you think they're going to fare against this GB crew?
Well, I think the Dutch are definitely at a disadvantage compared to the British, because I think the British aren't doubling up, so they're just racing this 8 here this weekend, and that's it. So with the Dutch, with a little bit more fatigue in the legs coming from the races from today and tomorrow, I think the British have an advantage, and I don't really see the Dutch combination beating this very good British crew, but we'll see on Sunday. But to me, the British look good, long, smooth rhythm there coming from strokeman Tom Ford as he leads his crew towards the final 250 meters.
I za kraj prepodnevnog programa današnje regate, tačnije prvog dana Svetskog kupa u Beogradu, imat ćemo prilike da idemo ovu završnicu za osmerce u muškoj konkurenciji, gde su samo Britanci i Kinezi. Britanci imaju ubedljivu prednost, opet nedostaju Holanđani kao i u konkurenciji dama, s tim što ćemo i njih kao i kod devojaka videti tu postavu u finalnoj trci koja je na programu u nedelju.
So the British, they are going through the motions at a comfortable 33 strokes a minute. Camilla, how's it looking from where you're sitting?
Yeah, well, this British another new look combination from Great Britain, much like all the other nations, just trialling things out. But one thing remaining consistent, Tom Ford in that stroke seat, setting a great rhythm, and it's allowed them, as you say, just to go through the motions over the line ahead of China. I think the real race will come on Sunday when the Dutch line up alongside, and we'll see how they compare. But over the line there, Great Britain in this test race for the men's 8.
I u ovoj trci Holanđani su odlučili da se ne pojave na stazi, tako da su veslali samo Britanci i Kinezi. Britanci su završili kao prvi, Kinezi kao drugi, ali to u ostalom nije važno, pošto ćemo obe ove postave uz Holanđane gledati u finalu.
So as the umpire waves the white flag to conclude that test race there in the men's 8, that will conclude the morning session of racing here at Belgrade. Join us again from 3 o'clock this afternoon for a session of repêchages. Much more racing to come, but a bit of a break now until then. Make sure that you get in touch with us on social media. So many ways to let us know how you're enjoying the first World Cup of the season here in Serbia. You can let us know on Facebook, Instagram or Twitter using the hashtag World Rowing Cup or hashtag WRC122 or hashtag WRC Belgrade to let us know how you're enjoying the action, how your country's doing, how your friends and family are doing. We'd love to hear from you. But until then, 3 o'clock here on Lake Ada here in Belgrade, Serbia, for the second session of racing here on the first day of the World Rowing Cup.
Završen je prvi deo takmičenja, mi nastavljamo u 15 časova sa repesažima, budite i dalje uz nas.